Okay, so coming in on the stream, let me make sure this is up and running. Um, but we are going to cut in on the stream because we are now under a severe thunderstorm watch for a good portion of our area. I want to say it goes all the way down to Highway 82. Okay, past Highway 82. So our entire viewing area under a severe thunderstorm watch. And the reason why is because we have these thunderstorms that are firing up along the Tennessee state line. One of those actually um, prompting a tornado warning earlier. This was about, I would say, where are we at? An hour ago when that was up around just outside of the Jackson area. Some of these storms are starting to turn just a little bit, and that's where it got a little bit more interesting as it entered into western sections of Tennessee. Now, I did have some folks asking me, I was like, why is that tornado warning not included in Mississippi? Fortunately, it's not including Mississippi because it wasn't a threat for Mississippi. A lot of these tornado warnings that might be issued in the future, those are going to be short-lived. It's just not the atmosphere that we'd expect tornadoes to form, be long-lived, and be on the stronger side. These are going to be brief and, in the grand scheme of things, smaller than an EF3, EF2 tornado if they were to form. We're talking EF0, EF1s. So what we're watching right now is basically this line right here that extends all the way from Alcorn County into Marshall County and western sections of Oxford. These are starting to flare up more and more. And if we put this on loop, you can kind of watch how these storms just build in strength, intensify as it follows that boundary. So as these move into Oxford, Union County, Pontotoc County, even over here in Lee and Prentiss County, we could see that reach the stronger side with gusty winds and large hail being a possibility. And yes, even a brief tornado cannot be ruled out, unfortunately. Looking at the latest, we're not really seeing anything in regards to tight rotation, but definitely some broad rotation being detected. And we had a lot of this on our storms yesterday where we had this inflow outflow interaction that could have been argued that a tornado warning should be issued, but it was just far from producing, so they stayed void of it. And what we saw from it was just some strong wind gusts and large hail. That's what we expect it to be today. But definitely, as we watch these intensify more and more, that rotation, that broad rotation we're seeing right there in Como and Crossroad, definitely could be something to pay attention to as it moves further into Lafayette County, Marshall County, and on into Benton and Tippah County. Out here towards the north, I do see that there are some storms moving into Corinth and Ramsey and Kossuth. What these are going to do is um, basically be some rumbles of thunder, some heavy rainfall. But in regards to rotating storms, I'm not seeing any of that from either radar site, fortunately. So I'm not seeing an imminent threat for nevertheless tornadoes, but we're talking not even strong storms as of yet. Comparatively speaking, just look at what we're seeing up north compared to the storms down in Mississippi. Those still on the stronger side, still showing strong wind gusts, and we can see it on wind mode right here. These brighter returns that we get, that's where we'll see the strong wind gusts come out of it. Whenever you get those bright greens or bright reds. Down here, more of the dull green and dull reds, just meaning about 20 to maybe even 30 miles an hour. So still packing a punch, but not going to be too significant for severe weather. So I would say that the storms we're watching right now is this one moving into Marshall and Lafayette County, and even all the way back towards the Mississippi River. Some of these, if we just loop this and watch how that boundary has built, some of those getting on the stronger side. I will say that one along the river starting to dissipate out just a bit, but yeah, definitely keeping an eye on that one there moving into Lafayette County. Let's go ahead and do a storm track on this. I will say I've not been able to put a speed on this just yet, so bear with me while I do some math on a Sunday. We've been doing that a lot here recently, right? So let me do this real quick. So I would say we're talking about 35 to 40 miles an hour. I'm going to go 40 just to be on the safe side and give you guys more of a heads up um, than not enough of a heads up. So let's just track that out here real quick as it moves in that east northeast direction is what I would say. Following that boundary, I'm going to put this right here, drag it out as it moves into Union. I'm going to make sure to put New Albany in there. Union, Northern Lafayette, all the way to Prentiss and Alcorn County. So we're talking Potts Camp and Holly Springs coming in about 248 to 255. Myrtle 311, Concord 323, Ripley 326, Dumas 334, Bethany 345, Boonville, we mentioned Prentiss County all the way over there. Boonville going to be about 358, Ramsey 408, and Corinth 406. Now this could trend a little bit more to the south, and that'd be folks for northern Lee County, and that'd be Baldwin about 353, and then on into Farmington by about 412. So the path could vary just a bit, but this kind of gives a heads up for folks that are going to be impacted by this thunderstorm, I'm not going to say a strong thunderstorm just yet, but definitely increasing more and more through the afternoon. And that's what we're watching as it follows that boundary. I do want to say, while we're tracking everything, this is our main threat that we're watching for. That will move across portions of Arkansas and then into northeast Mississippi, where if we're going to see strong wind gusts, if we're going to see even a brief tornado from this, that's where we need to be paying attention to. This first batch is just kind of setting the scene for what the afternoon will be. So honestly, if a few of these thunderstorms could move in and eat up some of that energy, that'd be a good thing. Don't produce severe weather, but take some of that energy and not leave it for the next round of thunderstorms. But where those storms are not flaring up, we're talking about along and south and even slightly north of Highway 82. If it can hook onto a boundary there and build more and more, we're definitely watching for some significant storms moving into Golden Triangle area, Chickasaw County, Grenada County, even as far south as Louisville, Kosciuszko, and Macon. So I did see someone comment, was it Kossuth? I think it was Kossuth off the top of my head, having some strong wind gusts. What we're seeing up there, and we can look specifically at some of those returns. Unfortunately, this is very high up in the atmosphere, not exactly what's happening on the ground. So if you have a judgment call on how fast it is, I'm sure it's not just 11 or 12 miles an hour. It's probably about 10 to 20 miles an hour, if I were to say, just looking at these storms. Again, far from being anything severe, but enough to at least put a damper on any afternoon plans. I know it's Memorial Day weekend, and a lot of folks are trying to get out and about, hit the water. Fortunately, I wouldn't be wanting to hit the water today, just with these storms rolling in. But there's a look at some times right there. Jumpertown 228, Burnsville 231, Rienzi 233, Boonville 239, Altitude 247, Paden 3 o'clock, Tishomingo 304, and then on into Florence, Alabama, closer to about 317. So that's where our threat remains right now. We are under that severe thunderstorm watch, and I'll pull it up for you guys just to give you an idea of where we sit. So let me find it real quick. Pull it up. So all those counties listed in green, that is going to be that severe thunderstorm watch, and it's going to be issued until 9 o'clock this evening. So we need to be weather aware, especially for this round and primarily that next round that'll move in closer to about 5, 6, maybe even 7 o'clock across northern sections of Mississippi. And of course, we'll be live at 5 o'clock with the latest updates on these. Let me make sure. If golf is on, it might be a little later than 5 because golf always goes long. But we'll for sure get an update on where these storms stand and the latest model runs, kind of giving us an idea of what to expect for the rest of our evening. Hopefully nothing too major, so fingers crossed on that. So looking at some of the responses, power flickered here in Corinth. So yeah, that's what I mean. Like, it's gusty enough winds to put a damper on the afternoon for sure. Corinth just having that thunderstorm roll on through. Honestly, I'm not seeing too much lightning out of this, if any. Let me pull it up real quick. Yeah, 4 strikes in the last 10 minutes. So it's a thunderstorm, but it is not a mature thunderstorm. We still got a ways to go before this is something to really pay attention to. But it does not take much. Just a few counties up north in Tennessee, a whole different story with all of those severe thunderstorms being issued with strong winds, and even I'm sure some small hail coming out of this as well. So we are getting an active afternoon just picking up, but we've been expecting this. It is not just an active afternoon today; it's also an active day heading into our Memorial Day. So being weather aware, I'm sure that's what we all signed up for this Memorial Day weekend, right? Fun times. Power flickered. I'm trying to go through comments and see. So I see a few people asking, is my county safe? Is my city safe? Well, so basically what we have is an atmosphere that is primed for severe weather to occur. Model runs yesterday were showing some early morning convection, meaning early morning activity with showers and thunderstorms developing. Honestly, that was a good thing, and I was hoping for that to happen this morning. The unfortunate thing was I woke up and it was dry all across the region. So that energy that was there this morning continues to be there this afternoon. And actually, there was a wasp. We keep the wasp and severe weather trend going. Perfect. The wasp is no more. Woo! That would have been fun. So, yeah, so where was I even talking? You want to talk about a distraction. So yes, so basically it didn't happen this morning, meaning all that energy and just taking a look. I want to look at some of our MDOT cameras just to see if that sun's still shining. So bear with me 1 second. So we will take Starkville. I see blue skies. Saltillo, I could argue there's some blue skies there. Sherman, you're seeing that sun peek through. Let's just look at this camera right here. So maybe a few hints of blue. And basically what that's doing is it's destabilizing the atmosphere more. And what do the Wasps have against you? Honestly, they just want to rain on my parade, right? And I don't have Matt Shue this time, so I'm fending for myself. Um, so fingers crossed that's the only one. If he has friends, we're in trouble, right? So yeah, we are going to have a primed atmosphere this afternoon for storms to flare up like what they're doing now and strengthen into severe potential, meaning strong wind gusts, meaning large hail, heavy rainfall, of course. So some isolated flash flooding, that's also included. But what we've seen with us not having early morning convection is the fact that the tornado threat has increased as well. And this is something I've been paying attention to. Saw it on model runs yesterday and was surprised that they didn't issue one for yesterday. So overnight they did a level 1 risk for the tornado threat. But then even this afternoon they're talking about a level 2 threat. So that threat is continuing to climb because that energy is still in place. So we will continue to see that as we head into the afternoon. Fingers crossed because you don't typically see it with this flow, but there is potential for a tornado, a brief tornado to occur. And keeping an eye on that one over in Golly, that's not moving, is it? It's staying right along that Marshall County, Lafayette County line and sticking around there. Rotation doesn't look as concentrated, and we're seeing a thunderstorm picking up and moving across Harmontown, Tullahoma, and then on into Waterford. Probably staying south of Holly Springs, but definitely could get a few drops of rain up around Holly Springs, especially if you're on the south side of there. Let's go ahead and look at this batch of storms because this is the one we're watching heading further into our evening. And this is going to be a very long track. So bear with me one moment while I draw this out and then extend it. And that's kind of the general path that I would say it's going to follow. Probably staying a little bit more to the south. Let me just look right here and make sure I have that lined up. So yeah, there's a rough time frame on what we'll see. And this is moving, it could vary, especially if you're at the bottom of this list. Don't take that as 100% gospel, but for the folks up top, definitely kind of use this as a rough estimate of when to expect it. On to the Memphis area, closer to 441, but our threat here in Mississippi happens along the Tennessee state line with Corinth coming in about 619, reaching Lee County closer to 739, and then Grenada 839 down into Oktibbeha and Lowndes County about 1030, and then down to the southernmost portion of our viewing area, talking about 1117 there in Louisville. And I would argue that it's clearing out by 11 to 12 o'clock. So not going to be too extreme of a late night. It's what we've had here recently, but yeah, still going to be after dark. Matt is getting some rest. Hopefully he gets rest all day long because he's been at it for a while. It's been a very active May all the way around. So fingers crossed. Hope he's getting some rest right now, and hopefully just deal with a few thunderstorms this afternoon. Not anything too major. Does my county need to go in the storm shelter? You do not, as of this moment. If a brief tornado were to occur, then we need to act swiftly to get to storm shelter. But yeah, no imminent threat right now saying, hey, we need to get to storm shelter. Just need to be paying attention through the afternoon as severe thunderstorms are possible. And again, breaking down that tornado threat, it's just not typically seen with this flow. So whenever we talk about, and I'll talk more about this tonight, but I'm going to use one of our model runs. Let me pull it up here real quick and make sure this has it. So there's a look at some of the flow. And whenever it's this northwest to southeast flow, we don't usually get a significant tornado threat. But where some of these start to jut out just a bit, it would be possible for a brief spin up to occur as that line progresses on through. Whenever it gets to more of that bowing out segment, like what we're seeing moving into Birmingham and Tuscaloosa, that's where you'll get some of those strong wind gusts and some of those exceeding 60 miles an hour, and that's where that severe weather threat remains. So definitely need to be paying attention, but shelter, we're all good right now, and hopefully for the foreseeable future. I agree, Deb. Hoping these storms do no harm, dissipate quickly. We've had enough weather, right? So I see a lot of folks asking about time. I'm going to do a time time breakdown on this storm right here, as this is um, the highest threat right now. It's just honestly a thunderstorm. But let me drag this out and give you guys an idea. But what I'm going to do is take some time. Got to make a forecast for the 5 o'clock. But I'm going to stop in here from time to time and break down a little bit of the update on radar. So you can keep it on here and keep it going. But I will not be talking for the next couple of minutes, just as I get the show ready. But definitely keeping an eye on it behind the scenes. So I'm going to drag this out. Make sure that path is right. Probably going a little bit more north. And there's a look at some time. So I am going to I'm going to go make a forecast here real quick. And yeah, so you guys take it easy and we'll keep it here for the latest. Okay, just touching back in for what's happening across the area. It has been a few minutes since we've discussed last time, but what we're still seeing is that same primary thunderstorm we're watching. A lot of that other activity has now pushed out towards our north and east, still impacting parts of Tennessee, but about to be moving into North Alabama. So that's really the threat for the first round, going to be moving out towards the east, but yeah, keeping eyes on this storm over around northwest Lafayette County. Reason why is because we do have some of that broad rotation uh, happening right along that northwest side. You can kind of see over the last couple of scans how it's tried, and I say tried sparingly because it just has not had that punch that it's needed, but it definitely has that turning in the atmosphere. It's just not catching the right outflow for it to strengthen. You don't really have that inflow taking place, and um, that's why we haven't seen anything form of it. That's why we haven't seen a warning because it's just not exactly the setup that you're typically looking for a tornadic setup. I do want to say, just looking at the overall the last hour, you have more of this activity picking up out towards the west where that energy still is, and that's just going to continue to build over time and cause more concern for the afternoon as these storms move into northeast Mississippi. So definitely keeping an eye on these storms that are flaring up, and again keeping an eye out towards our west, especially as this main line moves on through. I just want to look at some of those wind returns right now, where we are getting probably 30, 40 miles an hour, and we're getting into the peak of the afternoon. So as this continues to eat into our energy, it'll continue to build, and definitely could see some of these strengthen more heading further into the afternoon. But again, it's going to be this storm that we're paying the most attention to. I want to say, let me go ahead and do this real quick. So yeah, I mean, you are getting some more isolated activity also towards Union County, where that's building over New Albany. Still just a ways away from being anything significant, but it could produce some thunder here in a moment, right along 22, moving into northern Lee County and on into Prentiss County. So Justin, I feel that. I feel like Sunday afternoons are meant for naps, and when you have a good steady shower, it's perfect for it. But we do need to stay weather aware, and that's where we've talked about weather calls so much. That's one of the ways to do it. So yes, I see a few people mentioning it. We're not staying live on this the entire time. We're staying live, but in regards to me talking, you're not going to have me up here for the entire 24/7 stream just because we're not at that peak threat yet. Got to save some of my voice for the shows, and also in case this does produce a tornado warning or anything like that, then we'll come back up here and track those for you guys especially. But we are far from that, and so stepping away for a moment, it's a good thing if I'm not up here because it means that there's not anything of major concern at this moment. So continue to keep eyes out towards our west, but also continue to keep eyes on these storms starting to flare up more here in North Mississippi. So just going to let this circulate for a little bit more. Still making the forecast and knocking it out. Then yeah, Justin, exactly. So you guys just keep eyes on here. We'll touch in here momentarily with more updates. But again, just getting some stuff done behind the scenes for our show at 5. And of course, if you want the full extent of the forecast tonight at 5, we'll be live on WTVA tonight at 5. We are live. There's your rhyme for the day. But yeah, talk in more detail about this forecast, what to expect, and how long that time frame is. And as soon as I get that forecast done, I'll come back and break down a little bit more of what to expect. But thank you guys for being patient. All right, I am back just to touch base with you guys on what we're seeing across the region. Basically, what's happening is this boundary that we talked about and now causing these storms to flare up just a bit more. Just watching it over the last hour, see how they pick up along the line and really intensify in strength. Multiple storms that we're keeping eyes on, but all of them far from severe limits. So fortunately, um, not expecting anything immediately. I will say the one that we're really keeping an eye on will be back here towards the Mississippi River there in the Mississippi Delta. What we're getting right now is, yes, you do see that couplet of rotation, that broad rotation, but what that is that's updrafts, basically sending those updrafts into the atmosphere and causing some large hail to be produced. So far, they're talking about the potential for penny-sized hail coming out of this storm. And over time, you just can kind of watch how it's had that broad rotation for a good while now, but all of that, fortunately, just going to be hail production. Wind gusts coming in at about 30 to 40 miles an hour within that storm, so some gusty conditions, but overall, not seeing anything up to severe potential just yet. And hopefully, that's how it'll be for the rest of our night as well. But more storms developing out here towards Union County. Just watch how over time these just build more and more. Again, a very unstable atmosphere, so it will not take much for these to start to flare up just a bit more. But when we look at rotation, I'm not seeing anything that sticks out that we need to be making note of. A lot of it broad, if any, and that's being really nitpicky on these storms, including this one out there towards Lafayette County that was showing rotation earlier, but now still a ways from that. Just let's take a look at the progression of this. So all of that fizzling out now. This is a very cyclic pattern, meaning that when one develops then weakens, another one strengthens while that one weakens, and just continues to cycle in that same pattern. So expect that into the afternoon as well, but this is just, again, setting the scene for what's going to be an active afternoon pattern with a lot of that activity, that line of storms happening across northern Arkansas, all the way from Mena to Russellville, all the way up to just north of Memphis. That'll move southeast into our neck of the woods, further into our late afternoon, early evening hours. Even a bit of isolated activity happening more and more. Just looking at the latest scans, those continue to be, and again, that cyclic pattern. And so we're tracking that more and more for the possibility of some of those isolated showers reaching, yes, northeast Mississippi. So looking at the latest on times, I'm going to have to draw this out here real quick and then drag out a track. So bear with me one moment while I make sure it's as pinpoint as possible for this large of a line. Hopefully don't mess up. Okay, so drag this out. This is going to be moving in that southeast direction. So there's a look at some times moving at about 40 miles an hour. Those times, especially towards the bottom, will more than likely differ just a bit because of how fast these storms are moving. They could speed up or slow down. They usually do that all throughout the afternoon. So we'll need to adjust this as need be, but it gives you a rough estimate of when to expect these moving into the area. And this is going to be our primary threat for severe weather this afternoon. So Little Rock 411, but on into northeast Mississippi closer to about 5, 6 o'clock. You see 618 Corinth, Red Bay coming in about 752, so that's going to be even western sections of Alabama being affected. Tupelo, Lee County, 7, 8 o'clock. Grenada, 836. Greenville at 9:30. Starkville, 10:13. Louisville by about 11 o'clock before that all clears out of the area and moves into Alabama and southern Mississippi. So that's that main line we're watching. We will probably see, and we are seeing, thunderstorms develop already overhead. So just because that time says that that's when that's going to move in, don't take that as gospel, because there is going to be some isolated activity out ahead of it that we need to be watching for. So basically, be watching now, stay where we're now, all the way until about 11 o'clock for folks in Louisville. Of course, that time will vary. For Corinth, you're looking at till about 7 or 8, and then Tupelo probably about 9, 10 o'clock before, again, that moves further south and east and out of our area. So I see some folks saying no sound. What I want to remind you guys of is that when you don't hear sound, or I'm not on screen or not talking, then I am working on a forecast behind the scenes. We do have a show happening at 5. And since there's nothing of immediate danger right now other than a few thunderstorms, and they are strengthening, don't get me wrong, but we are still a ways away from seeing any of these be at severe potential. So as long as that's the case, I do need to get some work done behind the scenes, but leaving it running for you guys to just monitor it. But please know that I am monitoring this behind the scenes. If anything were to happen, we'll be right here ASAP. So you guys won't miss a beat, and neither will we. Always keeping you guys updated about what's going on. So last check, Oxford, you're dealing with a few thunderstorms right now. we aren't seeing anything of immediate danger, but we are tracking this one out there towards Highway 6 and Highway 3, the intersection right there. That's moving closer to Sardis and Batesville, and that will be moving into Lafayette County here in the next, probably I would say, hour to hour and a half. And yeah, so these will just continue to strengthen and weaken that cyclic pattern all the way across northeast Mississippi. So once one of these strengthen to a concerning potential, then we'll get back on here. But if not, I'll come back here in about the next couple of minutes once I get some work done behind the scenes and keep you guys updated with the latest. If you have any questions, feel free to put them in the chat. I'll read through them and we can knock out some of those. But if it's for specific locations, I would say that we are good right now, waiting on that next line to move on through, or waiting on these isolated cells to pick up just a bit. So keep it here for the latest. We'll keep you guys posted, and please know, keeping all eyes on it behind the scenes. So I want to come back on here real quick because I want to talk to you guys about these storms because one of them is getting a little bit more interesting in regards to broad rotation over in the Blue Springs 348 area. I will say it's still a ways away, but it's definitely something to keep an eye on. And we do have a visual into it. As we do have that Blue Springs camera, we can look directly north into it. So yeah, there we can see it right there, the lowering, that slight wall cloud starting um, to dip down just a bit. So we're going to keep eyes on this camera. Actually, let me pull it up over here. So let me adjust this behind the scenes, and we can have both that camera up and track radar. So let me pull it up behind the scenes, and again, it's going to be the Union County area. You can kind of see that tail cloud coming out of it, and definitely getting more interesting as we head further into our afternoon. So let me pull this off, and we're going to do this right here. Pull up radar. Bear with me 1 second, just trying to get everything handled behind the scenes. And yeah, so we have come on, how do I? I'm gonna leave that up for one moment, and we'll just keep eyes on this. Matt is currently off right now. Sean, I wish I was grabbing lunch, to be honest. But no, we're getting forecast ready behind the scenes because we do have a show at 5. So yeah, just keep an eye on that for 1 second. Give me 1 second behind the scenes. Okay, so yes, we are keeping eyes on the storm in Union County, moving through. This is just north of Blue Springs. Definitely getting a little bit more organized and more interesting here, the latest couple of scans. I want to pull this off here real quick. So I want to look at radar and just see what's happening across the area. We're definitely getting more of that inflow and that hook. So that's what we're paying attention to is right over Ellistown on 348. We are seeing that broad rotation take place. Let me just mark it right here. And you can see it a bit more on reflectivity whenever you see that hook wrapping around, and watch over time how this just kind of hooks around more and more. So that's where it's getting to be a bit more interesting in regards to our rotation. So we are still a few scans away from seeing anything produced, but definitely keep an eye on this as this is one of our more interesting storms across the area. I got you, Sean. It's just strong winds right now, Tyler. So that is a good thing. Hopefully that's what it remains, and hopefully this dissipates out pretty quickly. But I do want to say that we have a clear-cut shot on what's happening up there in Blue Springs as this moves across, and there is a clear-cut wall cloud moving across that camera right now. Fortunately, I'm not seeing anything reaching the ground, but it is not far from it. And so we're definitely keeping eyes on this for the next couple of scans. So let's just leave this up here right there and continue to monitor this more and more. And keep me updated. I forgot who that was in Blue Springs. Tyler, keep me updated in Blue Springs what you guys are getting. Hopefully you're where you need to be and not out in the middle of all of this. But some reports of what's going on up there and eyes on the ground will definitely be helpful. because I know I got family up around there, and I know they're watching. So gonna try and monitor what the National Weather Service is saying a bit more. But definitely, I think everyone keeping an eye on this one for sure. Just keeping an eye on it. So we're gonna keep it on that camera because it definitely looks more interesting, especially when you get that hook. And that's right over Ellistown, Highway 9, Highway 348 intersection right now. This is northeast of Thaxton and Pontotoc. And I'm just pulling it up real quick to keep an eye on things with the National Weather Service chat. Get back on that camera just to see. Yeah, when you get a clear-cut wall cloud like that, I mean, if anything is produced, we'll definitely see it on this camera. But we are getting some more broad rotation. So just keep an eye on this and monitor it for a second. You get the tail cloud happening right on that side right there, the right side of your screen. Fortunately, I'm not seeing anything that confirms that there's anything reaching the ground, but we are still getting that hook for sure along parts of Ellistown and Fairfield. Again, it's going to be that Highway 9, Highway 348 intersection. So that's going to be, I know Ellistown Baptist Church is right there. My family's close by to that, but fortunately, I think it's going to be moving east past them and not going to be affecting them. Still broad rotation, so fortunately, that hasn't strengthened the last couple of scans, but when you can just watch it right here, how over time it has gotten it's been pretty much the same the past couple of scans, and that's a good thing. We don't want it to strengthen anymore past this point. Both of our velocity products showing that exact same thing. It just looks more interesting. It's definitely something to keep an eye on. That's the one we're paying attention to. I'm going to go back down this line just to make sure we're not missing anything out to our west, and I'll say that we are in the clear so far. A lot of that activity out in Arkansas, still in Arkansas, so not an immediate threat. So we're going to keep eyes on this storm happening just on the east side of Union County, moving into east side of Union County, moving into Lee and Prentiss County, just a couple miles away. Let me track the speed on this and just make sure we have the speed right, because earlier we had it at about 40, and we are going to go. Give me 1 second. So you see how it kind of just came from nothing. Over there in New Albany was basically a blob of rain that eventually turned into more of an organized storm. So, I mean, that's 20 miles an hour. It feels like 20 to 25 miles an hour. This is definitely slowed down a lot. So, I'm going to go 25 to give more of a heads up, but this could be as slow as 20 miles an hour. Yeah, so we could definitely develop without a warning, but I know they're paying a lot of attention to this just in case that does produce. So let's get to the latest scan and let's just track this out. This is going to be impacting parts of Guntown, Blair, this is right at that point of the rotation. We're talking about Branyan 357, Jug Fork 359, Grace 4 o'clock, Corona 402, Blair 405, Baldwin 421. If I were any of these towns listed here, I'd go ahead and be a few steps away from that safe place just in case this were to get a little bit more organized, as we do see that broad rotation taking place and definitely getting more lightning output out of this, meaning it's increasing in strength just a bit. And so as this continues to move in that east northeast track, definitely going to be impacting a lot of folks in that area. So get to where you need to be, hopefully steps away from that safe place, as this does not have a warning, but definitely getting more organized. Say a scan or two might make the difference in this. So still showing it. I want that new scan to come out and just see how this is doing. So there's the latest scan. Doesn't look as interesting. You're not getting that clear cut wrap around that RFD. So let's get back to that camera there. Blue Springs might still have it. It might be in Sherman now. So it just looks like a low wall cloud. I'm not seeing anything of a in regards to a funnel or anything trying to be produced. So that is a good thing. Hopefully that's how it continues to be. We are in a 3 out of 5. So yeah, and what has primarily increased the past few outlooks is that tornado threat moving up to a level 2 out of 5 for circumstances like this. So continue to keep an eye on that and trying to use multiple ways of looking at this. So bear with me behind the scenes. Let's see if that's closer to Sherman. Sherman should be able to see it. Depends on how much of a view we get going to the north. So let's go ahead and pull up Sherman. And fingers crossed. So it looks like it goes northwest, which would technically be on the south side of the storm. So you'd see it on the right side of your screen right there. I'm trying to, unfortunately, it doesn't look like we have a good look out of this. I'm going to adjust the camera. I'm going to keep it on Blue Springs just because we have a view on that. But I'm going to adjust to the Tupelo Tower camera and see if we can get a visual. So I don't think we'll get a clear cut shot on that. Guntown, just a little thunder. Hopefully that's what it continues to be. Looks bad out here. I hope it's not bad in tornadic way. I hope it's just some dark clouds, right? So let's just continue to look at the latest scans on this. I'm hoping that it becomes less organized with the latest scans, but we're definitely getting that wraparound. That's definitely something to pay attention. Golly. It's trying. It is definitely trying. That one right there, it was trying. So still some broad rotation on that. We're definitely still a few scans away from it producing, but reflectivity not showing as prominent of a hook as what it once was. So hopefully that means that this is diminishing. One way we can tell that is by taking a cross section of this, and I can kind of get a better visual on this. So bear with me here real quick. And we can see if this is still a strengthening thunderstorm or if we are starting to see this diminish just a bit. So currently under level 3 out of 5 for severe weather. One of those being some tornadoes are definitely possible, brief tornadoes, should I say, and strong wind gusts and large hail. So storm top's topping out at about 25,000 feet. now coming in at about, I would say 20 to 23,000 feet. So might be diminishing just a bit, but in this environment, it can definitely strengthen quicker, or quickly, should I say. Let's get back up there. Just continue to track this. I mean, if you need any idea of what the environment is like, just take a look up around the southern Tennessee area. You're seeing multiple tornado warnings be issued. When we look at some of those couplets, I mean, it's going to be talking about that inflow right there with this main line of storms. That's what has the potential for tonight. So that's why we're keeping an eye on this, just kind of setting the scene. But that all those tornado threats have primarily stayed just north of us. So hopefully that continues to be the case, and hopefully we're not seeing something strengthen over northern Lee County at this point. I'm going to keep looking at cameras to see if we have any visual on this at all, because I know we have several in the Tupelo area that might be able to show it just a bit more. See if any of these, unfortunately, the best one's looking south. Baldwin has thunder. Let's see if this one has it. Okay, that's looking north on 22. Keep an eye on this one. And we can go back and forth between north and west, because the west will be on the right side of your screen. Of course, the north one will be on the left side of your screen as it moves on in. Yeah, a lot of what was bad this morning is now pushed off there into Alabama. So, um, let's see. Okay, so still nothing on it from the National Weather Service, but I think we do need to keep eyes on this for sure. Guntown, rain and a bit of thunder. Well, Guntown, unfortunately, it is just now moving into the area, so you guys definitely need to still be steps away from your safe place as this is getting closer and continues to show broad rotation, continues to try to hook that around and have what we call an RFD, a rear flank downdraft. But let's just look at the inflow here. And we are definitely getting an inflow channel right there into the heart of the storm. If you look right there at our rotation, I'm going to try and center this up. So there's where you would expect it to be. And whenever we pull up that the wind mode, it definitely shows that we're getting that inflow channel from the boundary, and then the inflow outflow interaction showing that it is trying. So I see someone asking about Boonville. I am just taking a broad look at this. It looks like this threat will primarily stay to the south of you guys, fortunately and unfortunately for others. So I don't think Boonville needs to be too worried about this storm, but more storms expected into the rest of our evening. So it's definitely going to be an active night that we need to be staying weather aware of and definitely prepared for. This is over the Birmingham area right now, Birmingham, Mississippi, not Birmingham, Alabama. Jug Fork getting that interaction as well. So any folks in Jug Fork, I know I had a question yesterday, come from someone there. Hopefully they're watching and hopefully they're in their safe place. But if you can give us a report, would help us get a better idea. But I will say latest scans not being as prominent for anything being produced. So hopefully that means that this is diminishing, and we'll continue to keep eyes on it as thunderstorms continue to develop over our area. Yeah, so Gabby, you're good in Boonville. Guntown's primary area. This is going to basically ride 348 all the way to Highway 45. So anyone that lives along that road, I know. Oh, what restaurant's over around that way? My wife and I drive past it all the time. But yeah, anyone living along that road needs to go ahead and be steps away from their safe place as this does continue to move through the area. Looking at the latest scans, um, you typically expect that inflow to be right there, riding that boundary. And as that moves into the boundary, I'm not seeing anything of great concern, especially not what it was even earlier whenever we were starting to get that hook just a bit more. So hopefully that continues to be the case. Hopefully this continues to diminish. And we'll give you guys one more storm track. Again, moving at about 25 miles an hour. This is not a fast moving storm at all. Um, I know I said 348 a moment ago. This is going to be just south where we're seeing that rotation take place. So riding parallel to 348, should I say. Is it Junkyard Burgers? What is that place along 348 right before your mom's house? That's on the right. It's the only restaurant on 348 from, yeah, yeah, before you get to Ellistown. Uh-huh. I'm gonna look it up here in a second because that's bugging me. Ray Rays, Ray Rays. That's what it is. Yes, Ray Rays. Thank you, Kevin. Yes, Ray Rays. So, yeah, folks that are just basically living along or south of 348 need to go ahead and be steps away from that safe place just in case because we do have that broad rotation taking place. So, yeah, we're definitely paying attention to that a bit more. Again, we're several scans away from this being anything too significant, but it's better to be on the safe side. Better be safe than sorry. So we're going to keep eyes on this for a few more scans as this moves across. Let's see, what would that be? Just west of Euclid Tupper Road and south of 348, moving closer to 45 and Guntown. Again, looking at that latest track. Let me make sure it's on the latest scan of rotation, and I will say, okay, it looks like it's out ahead of that reflectivity. So I know it looks strong right there, especially with some of those wind returns, but it looks like that's not lining up with reflectivity. So fortunately, I'm not going to say this is anything confirmed or anything that's getting tighter. It's not lining up. So that's a good thing. But we can take that area of rotation and just extend it out. And I know that it's going to only show a few cities on this. It might just stay south of Guntown. I will say if you're still in Guntown, go ahead and be steps away from that safe place. But Chapelville 427, Unity 429, Ratliff 434, we need to be close to that safe place just in case this does try, as we are just a few scans away from this being a much more interesting scenario. Thank you everybody for Ray Ray's confirming. It's gonna bug me all night. I will say this does not look as organized as what we once saw. So wind mode does show some brighter areas of rotation, but that's out ahead. So like whenever you see that right here, we could put a circle there just to do some radar analysis. But then when we line this up with reflectivity, we'd expect it to be, if I can pick it up and move it, we'd expect this to be right here. But the fact that it's south and east shows that it's out ahead of the storm. So this isn't going to be something that we are as concerned as what we once were. I do want one more scan to come in just before I can really feel at ease on this. Saltillo, we do have a look at a Saltillo looking north. Oh, let me take this off. There you go. There's your wall cloud. We're going to keep that up for a second. Okay, it's starting to calm down here on 348, just past Ellistown Church, going toward Ray Ray's. Um, Yeah, at 348. So it's going to stay. It looks like it's staying just south of 348 right now, but you'd expect it to be. Sorry, give me 1 second. I'm pulling something up right here real quick. So there it is. Okay. So yeah, you can clearly see the lowering happening at the top left of your screen. That's just kind of what we've been seeing the last couple of scans. And fortunately, I'm not seeing anything that's saying clear cut, hey, tornado's trying to form. But it definitely is an interesting look coming out of that storm there in northern Lee County. This is looking out of Saltillo, looking north on 45. So we're talking about folks along 45 that are about to be affected. I see some travelers out there. Hopefully, they get to where they need to be and not going to be in the path of this storm because whether it's tornadic or not, it's still going to be a pretty hefty thunderstorm, right? So let's see. Storm going to be anything to worry about in Saltillo on Yucataba Road. So I know I did bring up Yucataba, so I'm going to pull this back here for a moment. Um, so it's basically going to be, I know Yucataba kind of goes north-south right here. So for folks that are going to be living on Yucataba along that road, and even the south part of the road, talking about Yucataba Baptist Church well into 45, go ahead and be steps away from that safe place just in case because that wind interaction, that inflow outflow is still showing up. Now, granted, it's not really where you'd expect it to be. Again, that rotation, we'd expect it to be right here in this inflow, but that's more of broad rotation. We look at that and think that, hey, that's it. Well, it's actually right here that we're watching. That's going to be backed by Birmingham Ridge Road, just south of Ray Rays. I know we've mentioned Ray Rays a couple of times, probably more times than they want to be mentioned in a severe weather chat. But that is going to be progressively moving east and onto Yucataba Baptist Church, and then well into 45. So let's do a storm track on that, and I want to try and include the Baptist Church on there as it moves closer to Chapelsville. It looks like it's going to stay just south just a bit. So bear with me. Did pick the wrong product. So there's a look, Yucataba Church 409. So talking about folks there. So that's going to be actually right now. It's a little bit behind on the latest scans. So those new scans should be coming in shortly. There we go, 412. There's the right times. St. Thomas, might be saying this incorrectly. I want to say St. Thomas Church, 414. Chapelville, 423, and Friendship Church, closer to about 423 as well. We do have that inflow, I will say. Kind of see these greens picking up right ahead of that thunderstorm. That's going to feed in there, and that's going to allow that inflow to build just a bit. So we'd expect that rotation, I will say. It's trying once again. This is going to be right along Yucataba Road. And so for folks that are close to Yucataba Baptist Church, I will say if you know what I'm talking about and know that you live close by to there, let's go ahead and be steps away from that safe place because um, this is trying once again. Still a few scans away, but definitely trying, and we want to be on the safe side. Going to be tracking along Yucataba Road towards 45. Um, I know the Mexican restaurant Mi Toro going to be along 45 on the right side, and then we're tracking right on the south and then southeast side of Guntown. So this is going to continue to move across that area. Latest scans coming in looks better. I will say it looks better in regards to it not producing. So if we can keep that trend, then we are looking good, and we can go back to regular scheduled programming, right? 4 o'clock on a Sunday afternoon. We don't want to be tracking storms. We want to be taking a nap. And then, of course, watching WTVA at 5. Guntown, I will say for the overall threat tonight, and we can go ahead and walk through that because I do feel comfortable stepping away from the storm for one moment, as that is starting to downtrend just a little bit. That severe thunderstorm watch is still in effect for a large portion of our area, with a few western Alabama counties not going to be included in that, and that is until 9 o'clock this evening. They very well may extend this into the 10, 11, possibly even midnight hours, but right now they're keeping it until 9 before they have to adjust it, and that'll be the National Weather Service down in Jackson. So what this means is all forms of severe weather will be possible with large hail, damaging winds, and even, yes, the brief tornado is possible for all those counties listed in green. We're not going to see a widespread tornado outbreak, but a brief one is definitely possible with this setup. So we definitely need to keep an eye on this. And this is basically like the first round of what will be an active evening. You're seeing it on your screen right there. Look at tornado warnings happening in southern Tennessee, North Alabama. So that just shows the potential because these were right over our area just about 3-4 hours ago. So not too long ago at all. Continue to look at those latest scans. It is trying to follow an outflow, but the outflow is just not really lining up with it. It's now on the south side of the storm. We typically want it to go feeding into the storm if the tornado, well, we don't want any of that, but the storm would want that to strengthen and produce. So we like what we're seeing right now because it's not exactly set up for success. It's set up for just a thunderstorm. Back here, keeping an eye on that one because I want to look at the latest scans because I want to see if this is starting to try. It's still just not oriented correctly. We'd want this more on the south side, right? Let me get my handy dandy marker. We'd want it right there, not way up here. This is basically going right here, which is not set up correctly. So, not of immediate concern, but could this become strong wind gusts, even some small hail? For sure. So definitely going to keep eyes on it, but not for a tornadic threat at this point. Still keeping eyes on that one moving into, I would say, right overhead of Euclid Baptist Church, and now moving into Highway 45. Night drive in Saltillo. Yeah, I mean, if you're in Saltillo, you're definitely looking north and seeing a pretty impressive thunderstorm. Wind gusts out of this, I will say, are not overly extreme. We're talking 20, maybe 30 miles an hour. And hail potential, I wouldn't be surprised to see a few small hailstones within this. I'm going to try and see if I can pick up any. Yeah, I mean, we're showing maybe P to dime-sized hail. If anyone has any reports of that and can get them safely, then let me know. But just kind of gives us an eye of what's happening on the ground. So, yeah, that's what we got so far. It's just going to be this broad rotation that luckily has not tightened into anything more concerning. And then outside of this, let's talk about the main threat because surprisingly, this isn't even the main event. It's going to be these storms that are currently happening in southern Arkansas, moving east into northeast Mississippi before the main line. And we're talking about that main line that you can clearly see moving across Highway 40 all the way from Memphis down to Hot Springs and Mena. That's going to be moving southeast into northeast Mississippi, and that's where we can see that primary threat for some strong storms develop. 41-inch hail down around Jackson. That's this storm right here that just moved through. And I will say that where that's trending is moving right towards Kosciuszko. So let's do a latest on that. That is moving much faster than 25 miles an hour. So we're going to have to do an updated storm track on that. So let me measure this out here real quick. Not by much, only about 30 miles an hour. So we can up these just a bit. And that'll keep moving in that northeast direction. You'll see some towns listed in there. Let's go ahead and walk through that. I want to make sure Kosciuszko is included in there. There it is. 523 Kosciuszko, McCool 558, Kilmichael 604, Ackerman 623, Eupora 636, Mathiston 647, and then on into Oktibbeha County. If it's still strong and long-lived by then we're going to see that move in about 7 to 7:15. So it's going to be a busy night. Folks need to stay weather aware all across northeast Mississippi, not just in a few select areas. All of us going to have that threat. And looking at the latest scan, speaking of threats, we are looking much better here in Lee County. A few strong wind gusts, just probably upwards of 30 to now probably 40 miles an hour. So going to be breezy, but fortunately we are not seeing an imminent tornado threat. So I think we're going to be able to step away for a second because I do still need to make a forecast. It takes longer to forecast in just a couple minutes. So I'll leave this up just so we can keep eyes on it. And of course, I'll keep eyes on it behind the scenes, let you know when there's an update or if there's a storm that gets a bit more interesting, like what we just saw, and track that out. But of course, we'll be live here in about 45 minutes on WTVA 9 News at 5, tracking the latest on this. And I know, let you guys know what you need to know, but of course, keep it here for the latest. So just continue to look at the latest on this. I just wanted to make sure that it wasn't producing or looking more interesting. And I will say that we are still very broad on the rotation, not getting that wrap around moisture. So fortunately, I think we are still a ways away from any of these being more interesting. One thing I will say is quite a thunderstorm entering into Atala County. This is going to be for strong gusty winds, and we did see earlier this produced about 1 inch hailstones, and that's enough for severe thunderstorm warning. We're talking about a quarter in size. So continue to look at the latest on that, and let's just compare it to what it was earlier to give us an idea as it was moving through Jackson. I might have to go even further, so bear with me. So yeah, I will say this is still kind of peaking out from, or at its peak intensity, should I say, from what it was even back there. So 1 inch hailstones, would not be surprised to see this out of this thunderstorm. That's moving into Pickens and Kosciuszko. Even French Camp needs to be watching this, especially as it moves further in that northeast direction. Continue to look at that same storm motion, just making sure we have it down before we do a storm track. And still, yes, moving in that northeast direction. Kosciuszko, Ackerman, Starkville, there's a few times listed there. And I'm going to leave this on your screen for a bit as I get some stuff done behind the scenes, and you guys can kind of get an idea on what to expect. I'll be back up here shortly, and we can walk through this just a bit more. Okay, touching base with you guys on what we're seeing across the area. I know that a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued on that storm that we tracked for multiple counties, now moving into eastern Lee County and the rest of Itawamba County, talking about folks in Fulton. As this moves in that east-southeast direction, it definitely is trying. And that's what we'll say about these storms, is that they've all had that broad rotation, but never seem to have that nudge to take it over that level. So that's why we currently have that severe thunderstorm warning in place. But overall, I would say when it got issued, it was more impressive with that those winds, but now not getting as strong of returns, and hopefully that will be the case moving into the rest of our afternoon as the storm continues to progress on through. But you can see, I mean, a clear and defined hook right there. And latest scans coming in, I want to continue to look at this and where we'd expect that rotation to be. And this is kind of what we've been doing for that analysis part of this. So again, that rotation will be right there. We are seeing broad rotation right along with it. But what that is, I know you say, well, oh look, there's debris right there. No, that's inflow. That's what's being picked up on our debris tracker. Just one of those products that are shown along with it. So still keeping an eye on it. Still going to be a strong storm rolling on through, but probably even some hail with this as well. Looking at the latest scans, and yeah, we are getting about an inch-sized hail with this. So not only is it the wind threat, it's also the hail threat that we're tracking with this storm. Now more back behind it that we are keeping an eye on. That still has some broad rotation to it. This one just south of Ingomar, and then also that one on the west side of Oxford, continuing to move towards the Oxford area. Keep an eye on this one down here towards Hubbard Creek and Eureka Springs. It's more than likely going to be just a hail producer, but you are seeing a pretty strong couplet with that. So lots of areas of broad rotation. This is definitely an action-packed afternoon. We expected it to be around this time when it started, and honestly, this is just kind of setting the scene, like we mentioned, for this line of storms to start progressing into northeast Mississippi. Only a few counties away before that starts to impact our neck of the woods a bit more. Okay, so I am, look at the Grenada can. Yeah, no surprise about that. Um, so right now, what I'm seeing, again, a very active thunderstorm moving into Attala County. This one definitely producing some small hail and gusty winds. Nothing rotating, but some of those wind gusts coming in at about 60 miles an hour. That moving into a very energetic area, so would not be surprised to see more of this pick up into our afternoon as it enters into Kosciuszko. So keeping an eye on that. But for imminent threats, I'll say that we're good for the moment. I have to go take care of one thing. Dime size hail on County Road 153. Okay, let me type that in. Okay, so one of the viewers reported, who was that? I want to make sure to. Pete, a nickel size hail. Tracy, where was that? Dime size hail. Thank you, Joseph. I just sent that along to the National Weather Service. So they're getting a look at that. When are the storms going to come? Storms are here. So we are already going. Yeah, so definitely keeping an eye on this one. I'm going to step away for 1 second to go take care of something behind the scenes, but I will be back here momentarily. So just bear with me, but we are keeping eyes on this storm. I'll continue to do a storm track on this, especially that area of rotation as that moves in that closer to Fulton. And you're seeing a few times listed there. So uh, I'll be back in one moment. Okay, so we are looking at the latest on this threat, and this continues to be a rotating thunderstorm. And might I add, this has even been noted with the National Weather Service, all of these thunderstorms are definitely starting to rotate a bit more. So it's a matter of, does it have that potential to push all the way to producing a tornado? That is a question. And as of right now, has not done so, but we are just in the starting hours of what is expected to be an active afternoon. So currently, this is a damaging thunderstorm moving into western sections of Itawamba County. We're talking about Centerville on into Fulton, Mantachie also going to be affected. And looking at the latest storm track, just seeing a few times listed in there, especially along this area where you'd expect the rotation to be. Shiloh 453, Mantachie 456, Fulton 508, and Clay by 515. We do have a latest scan right here, so I do want to update this as we continue to see that rotation pretty prominent on that RFD. Uh, and let me just make sure speeds are right on this as well. So bear with me one moment while I do the math on this. It is not a fast moving storm whatsoever. I just want to put that out there. So we're talking, I'm going to put 20 miles an hour, but that might even be too fast. And that's insane for these cells. But you can definitely tell that they're not associated with that main line. That main line would definitely be pushing them a bit more. So currently what we're tracking is going to be that area of rotation right on that hook, right as you'd expect on Shiloh Mantachie Road, moving into Shiloh and Mantachie here just a moment. That's where we'll expect that if anything were to be produced, it would happen right there. This is a damaging thunderstorm, and what we mean by that is we're getting some large hail outputs out of this. Just looking at that right here, hail could be upwards of 1.5 to 1.75 inches. And yeah, Mike, I see you say east at 15. It's probably closer to 15. I'm going to do 20 just to give folks a little bit more of a heads up. Better to be too fast than too slow in this circumstance, so they have more of a heads up to act and move if need be. I know that we are tracking multiple thunderstorms, and this one back here towards Union County, it's starting to show some broad rotation as well, but still a ways away from being anything too major. This one has been the primary area of rotation. We are getting some pictures, so I just want to take a look right here and see if we have anything that lets us know a visual on the ground. So definitely seeing the wall cloud, that is for sure. Yeah, no doubt about that. So still in the latest scan, we are getting that broad rotation, that interaction right there over Shiloh, moving into Mantachie. This is where you'd expect it to be, right in this notch right there. And whenever we look at that rotation, it's lining up perfectly. But fortunately, I mean, those winds are not strong enough for that interaction to take place in that debris signature is what we call this. What we're seeing is just that inflow show up. So nothing of extreme note as of right now. Unfortunately, just a severe thunderstorm warning. The unfortunate thing is it is going to be a damaging severe thunderstorm warning as we are dealing with hail in excess of 1 inch, probably about 1.5 inches. And if you guys have any reports, please let me know, but please do so in a safe manner because 1.5 inch hailstones, those can be damaging for sure. Just trying to make sure. West of Oxford is building 2. You're right about that. Severe thunderstorm warning getting issued on that one as well. And that one, if you wanted another example of it, broad rotation moving through, that'd be Shuford? Shufford, I think it's Shuford. Moving along Pope Water Valley Road, and then on into crossing 315 into the southern portions of Lafayette County. So saw lowering leaving Morville. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a pretty significant thunderstorm. This has had rotation for several counties now. It's just the atmosphere that it's in. So it will not take much for this to produce, and latest scans continue to show that. And they are saying that they are watching the Union County cell. So if you, let's go ahead and backtrack and just track everything. These are your 3 cells. This one, and this one. One in Lafayette, Union, and now Itawamba County. Those are your 3 that you're watching for the potential to produce a tornado. Tornado might be brief, but tornado is still a tornado at the end of the day, and we need to be aware of it. So looking, I will say our area of most concern is this one moving into Lafayette County and this one that's currently in Itawamba County. Still very broad on both circumstances, but not too far away from trying to produce. And this one did get more interesting over in Union County whenever it was several counties away. And now you're kind of seeing that cyclic pattern of it where it weakens and then builds back, weakens and then builds back. It weakened and now it's building back, or at least trying to. So how far does that reach? Hopefully not too much more, right? Weird rotation going on tonight. It's just the atmosphere. It's an unstable atmosphere that allows for this to take place. And so um, whenever it's like a seed. When it enters an area where it gets watered, seed grows. And these seeds are growing, and that's why you're getting some of these storms producing severe thunderstorm warnings and might even produce a brief tornado. It's just a high shear environment that allows for this to take place. And we're in the middle of, I know we're not summer, but we're close enough to summer that we can call it that. And so the atmosphere does not take much to get hot and muggy real quick for these storms to get a little bit more interesting. Amory is very humid and windy. That's all you need, right? So unfortunately, that is the case, and we're going to be dealing with those elements through the rest of our evening until this frontal boundary fully clears, and that's going to be out there towards the Memphis area as we speak. So this is just the first round. We do have a second round coming in later. All right, latest scan. Again, getting a little bit more interesting. Starting to show that hook just a bit more. The interesting thing with this is you're not getting a high lightning output, and you typically get that pea-size hail in Mantachie. Yeah, no doubt. Pea-size hail Mantachie. So okay. I'll be back in 1 second. Okay. Very muggy. Yeah. Neighbor's cows laying down. Should I be concerned? I mean, definitely be aware. I tell everyone this all the time. Don't be afraid. Just be aware. As these storms roll on through, it is entering a favorable environment, but luckily a lot of the ground environment not showing good shear numbers, meaning good shear numbers for tornadoes to be produced. So a lot of this rotation staying elevated, and that's what we hope to be the case through the rest of our evening as well. So they are issuing a severe thunderstorm warning on that storm in Union County. So huh? If it's a severe thunderstorm, we're not wall to wall for a severe thunderstorm. Just letting you know, this first weather about to be like 5 minutes. So did you hear that? Just feel like taking it. No, if you can, while I'm talking.
Hey, Katie. He said his first weather might be 5 minutes.
It could be. It's going to be up there. I'll try. Okay.
Thanks for joining us. I'm Jake White. Parts of our viewing area are currently under a severe thunderstorm watch. WTVA meteorologist Gabe Maynard has been monitoring these storms for the past few hours. Gabe, what is it looking like out there right now?
Well, things are definitely picking up, especially comparatively speaking, about 3 hours ago. What we have right now is several severe thunderstorm warnings in place, but basically these storms are entering an environment that have a lot of shear and are allowing those storms to turn just a bit more. And that's why we're getting several of these rotating storms. Now, we are going to have to break these down storm by storm, so bear with me one moment while we zoom in on each storm. The primary one that we've been tracking for several scans now is over here in Itawamba County, moving at about 20 miles an hour might even be too fast. We're talking 15 to 20 miles an hour. Just on the northwest side of Fulton, we're talking Fulton about 508, Clay 514, and Tremont by about 521. Let me walk you through what we've been seeing. So basically, we've had this broad rotation for several scans now, all the way since Union County, to give you perspective. That's happening currently over Mantachie. This progressing in that southeast direction, and that's where we'll see if it is to produce, that it will produce on that broad rotation. But what we're also getting, and I'll have to pull it up here real quick, is large hail. Currently, we have gotten reports of about nickel to even quarter-size hail. A viewer submitted picture showed that. So hail being a production of this, and also some strong wind gusts, and that's why it is at that destructive thunderstorm tag. So make sure to keep an eye on this storm over the next several minutes, especially if you are in Fulton. The newest severe thunderstorm warning that just got issued is one of these storms that has hooked onto this outflow boundary and built more and more over time. The difference in this storm and what we have over in Itawamba County is look at the lightning strikes. Getting several more strikes coming out of this storm. So this is a healthier storm, in my opinion, than what we're having out east, and definitely one we need to be paying attention to, especially whenever we talk about that rotation. Currently, still very broad, comparatively speaking, even like the other one over in Itawamba County. And hail size, again, we're not getting extreme hail sizes out of this, but right now I would not be surprised to see P to nickel size hail coming from this storm. Doesn't have a damaging tag to it, but it is a severe thunderstorm warning due to that hailstone, but it is also a cell that they're watching for that broad rotation currently taking place just south of that New Harmony area, about to cross I-22. The one that also just got issued here a couple minutes ago is this severe thunderstorm warning out there moving into Lafayette County. And I know it looks more organized in regards to rotation. Now, I will say this is a ways away from all of our radar sites, kind of in a dead area, moving into southern Lafayette County and northern Yalobusha County. This is broad rotation. Again, you can't see anything attached to it in regards to a debris signature, but one that they're definitely keeping their eyes on. And we see that clear defined hook happening on the south end of this storm. These storms having a very supercellular-like pattern along with it as these progress on that outflow boundary from storms that even moved through earlier today. So as it stays on the southern side of Lafayette County, we are seeing Springdale 518, Paris by about 531. I'm really going to push it because if it rides this outflow boundary, we'll see it reach parts of Dogtown by about 546, Toccopola 550, and even Thaxton by about 556 on into the rest of Pontotoc County. Now, I want to pull this south because we are watching another intense thunderstorm. Yes, if 3 isn't enough for you, we have several more happening. This one down in Attala County is on the southwest corner, just barely moving into the county, but what we've gotten is reports of about inch-sized hail with this storm. So as it continues to move, I'm going to push it a bit more east than what it's been tracking if it starts to be a right mover, and we're going to see it reach parts of Salis 506, Hesterville 522, Poplar Creek 543, and French Camp closer to about 548. So this is an active pattern we're watching, and this is definitely something we need to be paying attention to. But beyond this threat, this is just the isolated round. What we have back behind it is a line of storms moving in with more severe thunderstorm warnings being issued. You're seeing that mainly going to be southern Arkansas. This is going to be our primary threat for strong wind gust, large hail, top of what we've already gotten, as well as the possibility of a brief tornado. Again, moving in that east-southeast motion, that'll stick with us into the rest of our night. But looking at that severe thunderstorm watch, we are under that until 9 p.m. this evening. Would not be surprised to see folks along Highway 82 and south be extended into about 10 or 11 o'clock because these storms are going to be lasting well after dark, and we need to be staying weather aware through our entire evening. Now, looking at a few of those reports, mainly coming out of Atala County, but more of these coming in. And if you do have any, make sure to let us know. Weather at WTVA.com. We'll be sure to forward that to the National Weather Service and let them know where they need to be paying the most attention to. Hour by hour through the evening shows those rain chances and thunderstorms sticking with us all night long, well into the 11 o'clock hour. So we'll be updating you as frequently as possible through the rest of our evening. But it's important we stay weather aware right now and well after dark, Jake.
Yeah, thanks, Gabe. We'll come back to you in a couple minutes for an update. And new at 5, the victims in a double homicide out of Shannon have now been identified. According to the Lee County Coroner's Office, the victims of that double homicide that occurred near County Road 295 in Shannon are 43-year-old Frank West and 39-year-old Henry Dean. Both were living in or around the area of Shannon. The two died by gunshot wounds. Right now, both bodies are being sent to Pearl for an autopsy at the state medical examiner's office. And an arrest has already been made, as reported yesterday. Shannon resident Jonathan Kelly is behind bars now after a formal investigation was launched into the murders. Kelly is currently being held at the Lee County Jail with a bond of $10 million after being formally charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder. This after the Lee County 911 received a report that led deputies to a residence on County Road 295 in the Shannon area. It's during that search that deputies discovered the bodies, and soon after, the resident of the property that we now know as Jonathan Kelly was then taken into custody. The investigation remains active and ongoing. Stay with WTVA, very latest. And it's a heartbreaking story coming out of Corinth. The Corinth School District announces the passing of one of their own students. This after a late Friday afternoon crash at Pickwick Lake. It happened in the area of Goat Island and Yellow Creek when 2 jet skis collided. There were 2 people on each jet ski, one of those being 14-year-old Jackson Marlar. Marlar was taken to a Hardin County, Tennessee hospital. He later died from his injuries. Investigation is ongoing into the collision, where interviews are being conducted. The Corinth School District released a statement on Facebook saying, quote, "It's in great sadness that we share the passing of one of our students, Jackson Marlar. We're heartbroken by this loss, and we grieve with his family and friends." They also added that counselors will be available at Corinth Middle School on Tuesday morning. Our thoughts and prayers are with his family and friends. New at 5, it has been over a week since 2 inmates escaped a New Orleans parish jail, launching a citywide search for criminals with charges ranging from weapons and drug violations to murder. Now, new arrests are being made as police take those accused of assisting the escaped inmates into custody. Ariel Brumfield has the latest.
Okay, so we are in the show right now. So basically, what we're seeing is a lot of areas of broad rotation across North Mississippi. I would say the strongest ones are going to be moving into southern Lafayette County, but also keeping eyes on this one in Itawamba County. Now, this one, you see at the top, it says rotation detected. That does not mean tornado warning. That just means that they see the rotation happening and want to keep an eye on this for the possibility of a tornado being produced later. So hopefully that's not the case, but definitely keeping eyes on this. Trying to see. So I won't be able to talk but off and on because of the show running. I don't want to talk over that. But if we need to cut in, trust me, we will.
It's one of the biggest savings weekends of the year, but tariffs might ruin all the shopping fun. That story and more ahead on WTVA 9 News at 5.
Do an MDOT, but have Jake read it. Just say tracking weather. We'll have the very latest coming up after the break.
I'll be quick. Just type in there. We're continuing to follow the latest. We'll have more after the break. Latest one, whatever. I can type it.
So what I'm doing right now is just looking to see if we have any visual on this. Um, definitely some lowering for sure. Hopefully, Joseph, I see your pictures here. Trying to navigate through them. But you're exactly right. You definitely get that. Looks like a wall cloud. It also looks kind of like a shelf cloud. No, it's definitely a wall cloud. There you go. I didn't see the extent of the picture. This is a little bit zoomed in, but yeah, you guys are definitely in an intense thunderstorm down there. You can see that it's trying as of this point. I'm not seeing anything confirming it. It doesn't look as impressive. I mean, we're talking about, what is that, one strike? Two strikes over the last 10 minutes?
Memorial Day is traditionally a great day to take advantage of sales, but President Trump's tariffs are pushing up the price of some big items. Johnny Fernandez has more.
Let me see. Catherine, Catherine. Yeah, Catherine. Catherine Moxley. I'm trying to look for your pictures here real quick. So, bear with me. We're getting a lot of photos submitted. No, I apologize for just standing here. I just can't talk because my mic gets picked up and they yeah, it'll be picked up on audio and we can't have that. So I'm talking during breaks and then of course you can watch us live. Like that's the best way to do it. And we'll walk through the latest, but definitely tracking several severe thunderstorms moving across the region. And then we'll break it down a little bit more once the show is ended. So
We're taking a live look out in West Point as we continue to follow the latest on severe weather. More after the break.
Hey, okay. Uh, Hopefully not, but yeah, no, we should be good. Um, oh shoot, I need to pull it up on here.
We could be up on the desk or you can stay right there.
Uh, I'll come up on the desk for a second.
We'll be quick with it.
Catherine, I'll look for that here in a second because I want to take a look at that. But yeah, we're about to go through the show, and I do apologize that I'm not talking too much to you guys. Trust me, if a tornado warning is about to happen, we will get more in detail. But as of right now, I'm not seeing anything that is overly concerning. Just several severe thunderstorm warnings, with some of them showing some broad rotation. And of course, we're breaking that down on WTVA. So if you want a full breakdown of that, we'll talk about that here in a moment. But if you want talking directly to the stream, we'll talk about that about 5:30. So apologize, we just do have to do a newscast. I am.
Stick with us, everybody. Jake Maynard joins us in the studio today. It has been quite the day so far. And it's only 5 o'clock. You know, a lot of the severe weather is starting to roll through. So, what do people need to know as we continue?
Well, it's already an active pattern that we need to go ahead and get into, with multiple severe thunderstorm warnings being issued, with multiple storms showing broad rotation. I want to go ahead and get into each storm one by one. So let's go ahead and break that down here real quick. Starting with this one over in Itawamba County. I will say this is our first storm that kind of raised our eyebrows as it was back in the New Albany area. But as this has progressed east, we are still seeing a broad rotation associated with it. And as we look at the latest scan, still not overly impressed with it, but definitely showing broad rotation happening right north of the Fulton area. We did get a picture from a viewer of these storms rolling on through. Give me a second to pull that up, but here's a look at it. And you see that lowering, you see that wall cloud take place. So whenever this happens, it's basically setting the scene and showing you that that rotation is taking place for this to produce, if it were to produce, happening right there within that wall cloud. Now, some of that producing some hail back towards Mantachie. This one coming in at about, I would say, an inch size. But if you guys do submit pictures, please put a coin or something that is commonly known as of the size of it. So that way we can go ahead and forward that to the National Weather Service and let them know what is actually being produced on the ground. But going to keep taking a look at those storms. This is, again, that Fulton, that one just north of Fulton that is continuing to show that broad rotation. But we look back out there towards the east or towards the west, and that's where we're getting the broad rotation moving right here towards the studio. If you hear a rumble of thunder or rain start falling, is this thunderstorm right here. We did get a visual on this let's say a few minutes ago, probably about 30 minutes ago, as it was in New Albany. And here's a look at it. A pretty impressive wall cloud happening right there in the Union County area. You can see that clear and defined lowering happening all across that central portion of New Albany. And again, moments away from producing, but still just not having that ground or that shear at the ground that allows for these storms to make it all the way to the ground. Fortunately, because we do not want that to take place. But still, on the latest scans, not showing anything overly impressive. There's not that clear and defined hook like what this one out towards Itawamba County had. So not overly concerned with it as of right now, but I will say the hail threats with both of these storms definitely going to be something to keep note of, as they are going to be damaging storms. Along with that, guys, we are not out of the woods just yet, with more storms rotating out there towards Lafayette and Yalobusha County. Still broad rotation happening, but we are also getting some small hail being produced out of this as well. I will say latest scans not looking as impressive, but still that severe thunderstorm warning in place until 5:45, just under 30 minutes is what that's being issued. But all of these storms, if you look, following a single boundary that's moving across North Mississippi. So as these latch onto that boundary, they continue to progressively strengthen, and that's where they have the chance at producing a brief tornado. But that's not our only threat. No, our threat continues well into the overnight hours because as you take a look over in Arkansas, just take a look at the amount of severe thunderstorm warnings currently being issued. There's that thunder I was talking about. But also with that, that line of thunderstorms extending well into Memphis, all the way south into southern portions of Arkansas. As this line pushes south, that's what will bring us our severe weather threat and the possibility of strong wind gusts, large hail, yes, all of that again, but also the possibility of a brief tornado. We are currently under a severe thunderstorm watch across the region for parts of North Alabama and for parts of North Mississippi. You see that right there, issued until 9 o'clock this evening. So this is going to be an active night. And honestly, for folks along and south of 82, I do expect that to be extended well into about 10, 11 o'clock. But here's a look at that frontal boundary that's allowing all of this to take place. This frontal boundary going to be in place well into today and also well into the start of our weekend. Yes, unfortunately, Memorial Day. That level 3 risk, again, going to be in place all throughout our afternoon, evening, and unfortunately night. Hour by hour shows those rain chances sticking around well into the 11 o'clock hour before that threat fizzles out. Let's go ahead and walk through what we call helicity tracks, or basically that lift in the air that allows these storms to strengthen and possibly even rotate. So as we take a look, as that main line of storms rolls on through, take a look at the latest scans. I mean, it's not showing a clear and defined white line. This is just going to show what we would call a lot of cells in one area that allows for that to produce some strong wind gusts. So yes, that level 3 risk is in place, but that level 3 risk is primarily in place for the damaging wind threat. The tornado threat is not overly strong, but it is a bit higher than what we were tracking yesterday. So large hail, strong winds, heavy rainfall, that's what we're tracking for the threat overnight. But let's talk about our Monday. We do have a level 1 threat in place, and as we take a look, that frontal boundary continuing to allow these storms and showers to develop, and those continue to strengthen as they move into our area and possibly even produce damaging winds yet again. Again, level 1 threat in place for Monday. And if we take a look at each threat, that wind damage risk continues to be the primary threat. The large hail can't be excluded. The one thing I will say is this threat does not look like a tornado producer. So I'm going to say a non-zero tornado threat, just not going to be the main threat we're looking for. That threat continues well into Tuesday with another level 1 threat. So an active pattern continues even after Memorial Day. And then beyond that, we are seeing rain chances extend well into the latter part of our work week. So we need to have that rain gear ready, but we also need to have ways of receiving alerts for tonight, for Monday, and for Tuesday. Stay with us after the break.
Well, if you needed a reason to a nice glass of wine, I have a great excuse coming up as WTVA 90s of Thought continues.
I thought she was saying me do the tease.
Well, we can do a final. We'll read the kicker and then he can do it like a final weapon.
Okay, so for everyone on the stream, yes, we are live on WTVA at 5, and we are talking about this threat exactly. So any questions? Hopefully we're just answered for you guys, but we are going to be tracking this well into the evening as well, unfortunately. So I hope you guys don't have any plans. I know it's Memorial Day weekend, a lot of us probably do, but better be safe than sorry, right? So that's why I'm not talking directly to the stream, because we do have this show and we're knocking it out.
This what?
Sure.
Yeah, we can do the kicker and then we can banter for a little bit and then we can transition into this weather.
Can I be at the wall? Can it just be take wall and I'll come over here?
Get in the show. Get he in the show then? Okay. Such things need to be. I would have thrived on that show.
So I'm up there first and then walk the wall.
Yeah, we'll banter about this once for a little bit. We'll transition into it. Listen carefully, and you may hear the sound of glasses clinking. Today, that's because it's National Wine Day. The alcoholic drink made from fermented fruit has been a favorite for thousands of years. Different types of grapes produce different kinds of wines. Winemakers combine different wines to create more complex flavors, whether it's red or white or glass. Favorite? Well, in my personal, it's peanut, but okay. You can celebrate with whatever you want, but in my personal opinion, like a heated more like a red one, that's more. What's the wine? That was a great joke, wasn't it? Gosh. Okay, this is like the third time today you've said something like that. I'm hoping. Anyway, so, a lot of the severe weather is rolling through. It's been the big topic of today. And a lot of people that are watching this newscast are probably wondering, now that we're about to go off air, what can they look forward to as the hours roll on?
Well, I don't think they're looking forward to it, but I do think they would be prepared going forward in regards to more severe storms moving in. Currently, what they're doing is following an outflow boundary that's allowing those storms to strengthen to severe potential. And what we mean by severe potential is a lot of these producing large hailstones, primarily this one out there towards Fulton, and even this one moving into Lee County. Hearing the thunder happen here at the station right now, but a lot of this producing anywhere from an inch to greater hail and winds coming in at about 20 to 30, possibly even 40 miles an hour at times. So breaking this down, I will say we're still dealing with a lot of broad rotation across the region, but not anything overly concerning, especially this one that did see rotation earlier. We had that clear and defined hook. We're still getting a bit of a hook. We're talking about that wraparound of moisture, but I wouldn't say that it is anything near what it once was when it was up in Union County or even Lee County. This one back here that's about to hit the station, as a matter of fact, it does have a high hail potential with it. Would not be surprised to see this upgraded, or at least strengthening as it moves further into the area. And of course, probably take a look outside of the station just to see what size hail is happening. And this one out in Lafayette and Yalobusha County, again, continues to move across the region at about 20 to 25 miles an hour. This had the most impressive rotation, and I say impressive lightly because it was still very broad. But as that continues to move in that east-southeast direction, we will see folks in Water Valley about 529, 544 Paris, Banner 551, and Matthews closer to about 605. So this is the start of what is a very active pattern. Just zooming it out, we are tracking all of these storms out in Arkansas that will be moving into northeast Mississippi here in about the next couple of hours. And that's also the reason why there's also severe thunderstorm watches in place all the way through 9 o'clock. It's for that line of storms. So needless to say, it's an action-packed night. We're going to be providing updates as need be all through the rest of our evening, and of course providing the latest updates for you tonight on WTVA 9 News at 10. So I'll keep you here for the latest. We'll keep you guys as updated as we can, and also be monitoring these storms as much as possible. Whew.
He's got
Okay, so let me pull it up right here. I apologize. Yes, I'm coming back on the live now that I've had a chance to knock out the show. We're going to do cut-ins here real quick. So you have to bear with me for a couple more minutes, and then we'll walk through each of the warnings. I will say what I was walking through on the show was that the rotation that we were seeing, it is still very broad. And I will say Clay is getting a little bit more organized on the east side of Fulton, right there north of 22, but still a ways away. It's been doing that cyclic pattern, guys, we talked about. Strengthening, weakening, all throughout the afternoon, and now you can call it 5:30 the evening. But yeah, it's doing that again, and so far has not produced anything. But man, has it looked impressive, right? Fortunately, I think we're steering clear so far, and let's keep that going into the rest of our evening.
Okay, I'll do my fuel gas first, so you don't have to do it.
Okay. Just let me know when I can hear him actually to stop talking. WTVA about to get hail, so go ahead and knock it out because you're gonna be getting some loud noise. Yeah. Well, fingers crossed.
I'm about to cry.
Don't cry. It's okay.
It just let me look at lower. My car's outside.
I'm sorry.
Is it you?
No, They can hear you.
Uh,
Yeah, the phase of a thunderstorm, exactly.
Do you think
Just
about
a
putting it
cyclic pattern.
under a tree? Help at least a little bit.
Okay, so what they're panicking about is their cars with the hail potential. So what that means is talking about some small dents being put in vehicles with the hailstones that we have seen. So there's no crying. Exactly, that's what I'm trying to tell them. So what they're doing and what I would recommend to everybody is if you have a carport or a garage, go ahead and move that into cover just to be on the safe side, and so that way your car isn't dented by any hailstones. So yeah, honestly, at this point, whatever happens to my car happens to my car. Being enough storms, you just kind of get used to it. And plus, it kind of builds your character. Like whenever you get a cut or something and it scars over, it's like, oh, that's a memory. So then every time you look at your car, it's a memory. I'm speaking way too lightly about that. Um, yeah, so the entire area just seeing several severe thunderstorm warnings. But I will say this one down around French Camp and Vaden, moving into Montgomery County and Choctaw County, definitely getting more interesting in regards to the reflectivity, showing more of those purples, which shows higher updrafts, and that just means that hail potential is increasing. And yeah, you can see it there, French Camp and just east of Vaden, coming in with about pea to nickel-sized hail. So I would not be surprised if they issued a warning on that here in the coming minutes. Hail dents are battle scars. Exactly. Exactly. I know several storm chasers that would agree with you on that, and they have several battle scars. So my wife just did say that the one in Lee County has no hail as of right now, so hopefully that just means it's melting before it gets to the ground. Um, but trust me, I think we'll hear Jake cry if any hail is being produced because he's moving his car right now. Looks like Swiss cheese. That's funny, but I feel that. They should make like an iron for vehicles that just irons out the metal and makes it smooth, right? That'd make life easy.
You don't have to be that back there for the speed, this is consulting. You know, Brad. Yeah. Hey, I'm making the tool cast now. Okay. I need another one down for whether we'll go ahead and whenever you're ready.
Okay. Just let me know my ear when and we can knock it out. Let
I
me.
think your mic is.
It is. It is. I wasn't thinking. Same on my truck. William, you let me know when you want to help build that. I will gladly go through with that project. Put a pool float over your windshield. Not a bad idea. Let me pull it up here, Brad. I apologize. Multitasking is not a strong suit of mine, you know. It's Brad Weather. You bring it to us, Brad. Are you working tomorrow and Tuesday? Well, there you go. There's your break. Huh? No.
See that comment going on?
Hang on, I'll talk about it in a second.
It's
Okay.
not bad. It's like.
Strong storms once again possible heading into our Sunday evening and overnight hours. At level 3 risk in place for large hail, as well as damaging winds and even the possibility of a brief tornado. We're breaking down this entire threat and when to expect it coming up tonight at 10. Okay. Sunshine on gold. More strong storms are possible heading into our Memorial Day and even beyond that point. Currently, a level 1 risk in place for your Memorial Day, with main threats being strong winds as well as large hail for the afternoon threat. And that threat continues into Tuesday as well. Beyond that, it's not severe weather we're talking about, but still showers all the way Wednesday into the latter part of the week. They will be scattered in nature, so hopefully getting a few breaks, but overall, you definitely need that rain gear handy. Temperature-wise, pretty seasonable this time of year. Low 80s for highs and upper 60s for lows. Okay. Exactly, Justin. Thank you for reminding everyone of that. Yeah, so this one in Lee County is not as impressive as what it once was. Seems to be dissipating just a bit, but we've talked about cyclic patterns, right? Okay. Taking a look at that Memorial Day forecast, going to be starting out in the upper 60s before climbing into the low 80s. Unfortunately, for any plans outside, you will need that rain gear ready, especially for the afternoon, as more strong storms are possible. We're talking about strong winds, heavy rainfall, and even the possibility of large hail. Is this going to affect Tupelo? We'll break that down in a second on the storm track. We're just filming some stuff and shouldn't take but one more minute, and then that will be good. So give me 1 second. More strong storms are possible heading into our Memorial Day, primarily going to be towards the afternoon. But again, those same threats that we're watching is going to be strong, gusty winds, as well as large hail and heavy rainfall. It's going to be towards Monday afternoon, but that threat even continues into Tuesday with more of that same threat possible. Now, temperature-wise, both of those days going to be low to mid 80s, so pretty comfortable temperature-wise. But beyond that point, make sure to have that rain gear Wednesday all the way through the latter part of the week with more scattered storms, even scattered showers possible each day. Okay. So we are good. I am just getting some things done behind the scenes and almost there. Okay, update from Storm Chaser Bane. Heavy rain, no hail. So hopefully that continues to be the case. Okay.
For WTVA 9 News, I'm Jake White. The victims in a double homicide out of Shannon have now been identified. According to the Lee County Coroner's Office, the victims of that double homicide that occurred near County Road 295 in Shannon are 43-year-old Frank West and 39-year-old Henry Dean. Both were living in or around the Shannon area. Both died by gunshot wounds. Right now, the bodies are being sent for an autopsy at the State Medical Examiner's Office. You can find much more on our website, WTVA.com. Thanks for watching. You drive safe. Exactly 30 seconds. Woo, I was running out of breath, but I was not getting it out.
We're so proud of you, Jake.
Thank you.
Hey, everyone told you not to cry, that it'll be okay.
What about my car's windshield being
About your
busted?
car. About your car, yes.
I do have insurance, everybody, but I'm not very happy.
Jake is a sad Jake right
I
now.
love my car. It's my baby.
Okay, yes, I'm almost there, I promise. Just finishing up this last thing. Save. Okay. So finally, what are we wanting to know? Okay, so what we're tracking right now is several severe thunderstorm warnings being issued across the region. We're just going to do a restart and let's talk through each and every risk. So the one that we're seeing out there in Itawamba County is not showing nearly the returns that it once was. Seems to be dissipating out. And honestly, the two lightning strikes just shows me that this is a very unimpressive storm now. Nothing like what it once was with the severe storms. I want to look at the latest on hail size, and I'm honestly, yeah, non-existent. So this storm has definitely weakened a lot. So I expect that severe thunderstorm warning until 6:15. Wouldn't be surprised to see them expire that here shortly. Same thing we're watching as we head into the storm that's right overhead, right? Broad rotation taking place. That's going to be happening. Is that hail? That's hail. That's hail. case you're wondering, it's hailing. So yeah, it's yeah. No, I'm here. I'm sorry. I wanted to get some reports because I always tell you guys get reports. I wanted to be a man of my word. So we were having about nickel to quarter size hail here in at the station. So bear with me one moment. We're gonna get these pictures. Okay, so hail coming out of this storm in Lee County. This is going to be about a nickel-sized hail, and yeah, so pretty decent sized hail. And this one back here in Yallowbusha and Lafayette County producing some large hail as well. Now, that's really the primary threats that we're watching. This one, I mean, we mentioned it down in Montgomery County and Choctaw County. Now a severe thunderstorm warning until 6:30, again for large hail. So that's really what we're tracking. If you guys have any reports, please let us know. I'm going to step away for one moment to just handle some stuff behind the scenes. I do apologize. There's just a lot to get done. And I'll be back up here shortly. So don't worry, we'll be back here. So keep it here for the latest. Okay, so everything's done and we are good to track these out. So what we're tracking is continues to be those severe thunderstorm warnings currently being issued all across the region. This one out there in Itawamba County, that was our first warning. That has fizzled out and is now out of the area. So not expecting that to be producing anything significant. I know it says rotation detected at the top of your screen. Rotation's not being detected on that one anymore. I want to say emphasize that one because that's starting to just fizzle out and not be a primary threat. I will say broad rotation, but in regards to what it needs reflectivity wise, far from being what it needs to be imminent to producing anything tornadic. So looking back behind it, I do want to say that this one continues to produce a large hail. You can see that hail core right there in Eggville. So folks in Eggville probably getting about dime to nickel size hail. So this is definitely a thunderstorm to keep an eye on. Taking a look at that hail potential, it kind of gives you an idea of what to expect. It's about dime to nickel size hail once it was going over the station. Now continues to be about pea to dime size hail on the east side of Saltillo, moving again towards Eggville. I do want to say, folks were asking, is there a tornado coming towards me? There is not a tornado coming towards you. It's just going to be some large hail extending into a large portion of North Mississippi. That being said, still some broad rotation happening just south of Water Valley, moving into the east side of Yalobusha County. What we've seen with these storms is multiple areas of rotation. So what that means is rotation is needed for there to be a tornado, of course, but there's also rotation that needs to be detected for large hail to occur. So what we typically get out of these cells is large hail, especially with that northwest to southeast movement. I guess I'm doing it backwards on the camera. So this movement right here. Whenever it does that, it's basically taking a path that primarily produces strong wind gusts and some large hail. Tornadoes, while they're possible, are not typically expected. And that's what we're talking about with this flow all week and now weekend long, and now kind of seeing that evident. But I will say, where they started to turn a bit more east, and I'll take a look at the latest on that, those warnings. So not seeing, there's still one tornado warning listed on that. That's where you saw your greatest tornado threat. Luckily, those turned before they reached North Mississippi, and so a lot of us got to stay void of that. Actually, all of us got to stay void of that. Unfortunately, our neighbors up north just had to deal with that. So still keeping an eye on this. I will say the rotation is a bit more intense than our other cells, but fortunately, I'm not expecting anything tornadic to be produced. But that severe thunderstorm warning is in place until about 6:30. Let's do a storm track on this and get an updated look at the wind speed, or not wind speed, but the speed of the storm. So again, doing math as it moves across the area. So we're still talking about 20 miles an hour. So this is still a slow moving cell as it moves across Yalobusha County and into Calhoun County. So for folks that are out ahead of it, let's just go ahead and do a storm track. Again, about 20 miles an hour, and we're going to do it at the heart of that rotation, right in the heart of that cell. So we're talking Banner 614, Matthews 643, Buckhorn 653, Pinnell 701, Holka 718, and on beyond that point, well into Pontotoc and Chickasaw County. So see that right there? Giving you a look at what to expect. And guys, even beyond that point, there's multiple thunderstorms that are not being warned that are still on the stronger side. So definitely need to be aware, no matter where you are, whether you're in a tornado, a warning or not, a severe thunderstorm warning, should I say, or not, still be weather aware. This one down south showing some broad rotation, but overall, I see this as a primarily hailer. If we take that out, again, let me just do this entire leading edge because we are still, it's basically, it's a cluster. There's a lot going on with that cell down there. And I want to make sure this is more of a northeast motion rather than you know what it looks like? Let me just take this over time. Yeah, so it's a cell merger. 3 cells are merging right here at the same convergent point, basically northeast of French Camp, between French Camp and Ackerman. And it's continuing to move in that northeast direction, probably going to be dominated by that east-northeast flow. So as we take that track right there, Reform 6 o'clock, Grady 6:05, Eupora 6:14, Maven 6:32, Clarkson 6:44, FIBA 6:48, Cedar Bluff 7:07, Manatee 7:15, Abbott 7:22, and Sparta by about 7:26. This is going to be that severe thunderstorm warning that, in my opinion, should be extended, especially with all that cell merger taking place. This is about to move out of that warned area and honestly not even follow the same track that it was. It's moving in that east-northeast path, so we're going to see it cross Highway 82 here in the next few moments, I want to look at the hail potential on all of these storms because that's primarily what we're seeing. And our primary threats continue to be, yes, this storm, especially as it is going through that cell merger around the French Camp area, but also up north as we take a look there towards Yalobusha County. We talked about that rotation, usually signifying large hail. Well, we're getting that right there in Velma, moving east all the way through Pine Valley and soon to be Banner. So wouldn't be surprised to see inch to possibly inch and a half sized hail. So we've talked about with Jake moving those vehicles. It's important. Going to get rain in North Mississippi for sure. Thaxton, we were talking about Thaxton. Overall, Thaxton, you're not in the immediate path of any of these thunderstorms. I say that they are very isolated and they're following this boundary that continues to allow them to basically be like a seed. Once you water that seed, it grows and builds, and that's where we can get these to build a little bit more. So Thaxton currently getting some showers, might even get a few rumbles of thunder with that, but our primary threat coming back behind it where all of us, someone not saying North Mississippi getting rain, all of us will be getting rain once that line of storms rolls on through. That's currently out along the Mississippi River. So I want to keep eyes on what's happening across the region. This one near Monroe County, I saw someone asking about that. Not seeing anything, again, tornadic, nothing rotating, but definitely intensifying. I want to look at the last couple of scans just because we have so many we're tracking that you kind of get lost in one and don't look at another. So looking at the latest scans on this as it moved through West Point, Columbus Air Force Base, and is now migrating more towards Hamilton, it definitely has increased a bit in regards to intensity, but not tornadic. We're talking about hail and even some strong winds. So there's your path right there, Hamilton by about 608, and this is about 20 miles an hour. And some of these storms will vary a mile an hour or two, but overall 20 miles an hour is kind of the general speed on these storms. Hamilton 608, Deerfield 613, Athens 630, Greenwood Springs 642, Sipsey Fork 659, and Solent by about 707. So yeah, that's basically where we sit right now. And I want to track this main line of storms that's out there towards Little Rock. Let me say, this is a very active system right there in Arkansas. It's definitely going to be pretty intense as well. All of that moving more into northeast Mississippi, but a lot of this, let's just watch how it's trended over time. So you have that isolated development, and let me say, hello lightning down there on the southeast portions of Arkansas. Some of those cells very energetic. But this main line is what we're watching as that moves into now the Mississippi River and Mississippi Delta. This is what we're going to be watching for the possibility of strong wind gusts on top of what we've already gotten, and maybe even a brief tornado. Let me clear off some of the town names because I know it's pretty cluttered. So there we go right there. I'm going to draw out this leading edge. We're going to have to do this a couple of times. You know what? Let me fix this. Because I think this northern extent needs it too. I'm going to have to drag it out. Should encompass the entire area. There's a look at that line and how it progresses. And it kind of gives you an idea. And we'll leave it up there for a second for you guys to look at that. And raining and thunder in Sturgis. May not be on long, lights flickering. Hopefully the power does not go out. Ground shaking, thunder going on, and rain starting. Joey, where was that at? Starkville getting some of those showers and storms. The one near French Camp, definitely one to watch for you guys if it starts to move in more of an east direction rather than a northeast. Monroe County, we walked through that. Montgomery County should be on the east side of you where the most intense stuff is. Anything for Oxford. Oxford, your main threat, I guess that severe thunderstorm warning is to the south of you. So it's going to be this main line of storms that's moving through. It's going to be your next threat. And Oxford's coming in about 7:27. So next hour and a half or so, you need to be a little bit more weather aware. Hailing in Moorville. What size hail are you guys getting, Chastity? Let's just walk through these times real quick. Batesville, 658. Corinth, 724. Oxford, 727. Boonville, 806. Here at the studio, 849. Tupelo, 902. Red Bay, 927. Winona, 956. Aberdeen, 1038. Hamilton, 1106. Starkville, I know someone was asking about Starkville. 11:23, Columbus 11:50, New Hope 12:09, and then on in outside of the viewing area beyond that midnight hour. Thunder in Columbus, yeah, that's that isolated cell. Hailing in Eggville, Diane, what size do you have on that? I'm going to try and forward that to the National Weather Service. Dime to nickel, Mary Beth. Mary Beth, I assume that's either Eggville or Moorville or quarter size hail in Moorville. Wow. Okay, I'm seeing dime to nickel as well. So some of that varying just a bit. But yeah, definitely nickel to quarter is not a crazy difference in the size. So Guntown isn't on the broad track because there are some towns with a higher population that are put in for the county, like Tupelo would be 9:02. So you can backtrack a couple of minutes, and that'll be the general time for Guntown. I would say about 8:50 this evening for that main line. But isolated activity, you're going to definitely hear a rumble of thunder before that line gets there. So where we sit now, and I think we've covered a lot of what we can cover right now, and we'll address it here in about 10, 15 minutes or so, just kind of again looking at what we have, and I'll be tracking it behind the scenes, of course. I just got to save my voice a little bit for this evening if anything were to get a little bit more squirrely or need to be covered a little bit more in detail. So there's what we have. We have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings in effect with multiple large hailstones. If you guys can get pictures safely, we got some pictures. There's an overhang outside, so we were able to pick up some of those hailstones and take a picture, put them up next to a coin, and we sent them into the National Weather Service to let them know what's happening. So if you guys are able to do it safely, safely is the key word there, then send those over to weather@wtva.com and we'll forward that over to the National Weather Service. So thank you guys so much for those reports. They really help us see what's happening on the ground, but please continue to be safe, continue to be where you need to be. Right now, there's no immediate threat, but definitely watching that line of storms that are over in the Mississippi River, Mississippi Delta. It's going to be affecting our entire area here as we head into the rest of our evening. So be about 10, 15 minutes. I'm going to work some stuff behind the scenes, save my voice a little bit, and yeah, we'll keep it going through the rest of the night. It's going to be busy. Just wanted to touch base here real quick and let you guys know that no storm shelter is needed at this moment. Just a few strong thunderstorms moving in that line of strong thunderstorms that we've talked about, moving into far northwestern sections of Mississippi, and now moving, of course, across our area. Now, these are containing some strong wind gusts coming in excess of about 50, 60 miles an hour. Some of those have considerable damage possible tags, meaning that those have some large hailstones associated with it, especially this one down in southern Lowndes County. But that's basically the extent of what we're seeing. No interaction of rotation or anything of that matter. So fortunately, I think that we have steered clear of that so far, but that still means that doesn't mean we're in the complete clear just yet. We are tracking the possibility of maybe a brief tornado into the rest of our evening. So just taking a look at that, and we have been monitoring it behind the scenes, just kind of saving our voice and getting some stuff knocked out back there. Then we'll come back on here if need be. But so far, looking good. Keep an eye on it behind the scenes, and we'll continue to assess it. Just wanted to come on here, touch base, and let you guys know that we do have eyes on it. And just stay inside. Don't get involved with any of these storms. Let them pass on through. And hopefully, we'll be in some lighter conditions here before we know it. Going to do one storm track on that line real quick as we move into that east-southeast direction. We're also seeing Tupelo here in the next hour or so, on into Oklahoma by about 9:10, Starkville 9:55, Louisville closer to 10:41, and then Columbus by about 11:04. Then it moves on out of our area and into western sections of Alabama, and hopefully we'll continue to dissipate over time, but keeping eyes on it for the time being. But yeah, we're monitoring it behind the scenes, and yeah, so if anything happens, we'll come back on here. Just wanted to touch base and let you guys know we are keeping eyes, and we'll do whatever we need to accordingly. Yeah, so just touching base with you guys on where we currently sit. Basically, what we have right now is that line of storms moving through, a large shelf cloud moving through with a lot of pictures being submitted. What that is just a lowering on the leading edge of the line of storms. So as this moves on through, we'll definitely see some intense pictures. I mean, they are very picturesque, but you definitely don't want to be underneath it as strong wind gusts are taking place and heavy rainfall as well. Here at the station, lots of lightning strikes. The one thing I will say is a lot of the thunderstorms that were popping up in and around Monroe County and Lowndes County, those now shifting more towards the north and honestly making it I'm going to call it a cluttered mess up around northeast Mississippi. Still showing some strong wind returns, so we are going to still see wind gusts in excess of 50, 60 miles an hour in some locations, hence why we have those severe thunderstorm warnings in place. But the tornadic threat is really diminishing, I would say. These are going to merge just a bit, but just with the orientation of this and how much rainfall there is, it's a lot of energy that has to be shared. And I mean, outside of, I would say Iuka, I would say extreme northern Tishomingo County, that's really the primary area to look for because there's just not anything out ahead of it that's merging with it. Everything out here in Monroe County, Lee County, Itawamba County, and even northern Chickasaw County, kind of a far-fetched possibility for anything tornadic to persevere. Down south, we are still seeing some severe thunderstorm warnings, and this is an environment that has not been used up too much. So still watching the threat for potentially a brief spin up. As of right now, I'm not seeing anything that is eye catching. So fortunately, that's not going to be a threat for us in the next couple of minutes. It'll take a little bit before that is issued, but this entire line of storms, you see severe thunderstorm warnings being issued all the way across, just showing you that strong wind gusts and even some large hail is possible. I want to take a look at the latest for hail potential, and overall, I'm not seeing anything overly concerning, especially considering earlier we were talking about an inch and even greater in some areas. So keeping an eye down south, I would say Webster, Clay, Oktibbeha, Montgomery, Atala, Winston, Noxubee, even Southern Lowndes County. We'll keep an eye on that for you. But for portions up north, outside of extreme northern Tishomingo County, and I want to take a look at that just to make sure, because we are getting some strong wind gusts. This is just far away from radar sites, so it's tough to tell from that angle, but I'm not seeing anything overly concerning at this moment. Again, keeping eyes on it behind the scenes, and yeah, whenever we need to come up here, we will come up here if need be. But we're trying to get some stuff done behind the scenes for tonight's show, where we'll go over everything we need to know. But if there comes to be a need where there's damaging thunderstorms or the possibility of a tornado, of course we'll hop back on here and go over the latest. So not seeing us is a good thing. Believe it or not. But we are keeping eyes on this just in case. But go ahead and be where you need to be, stay as safe as you can, and keep it here for the latest. One more thing, and then because I realized that we need to do a storm track on that line because it is now moved just a bit. This is going to be a rough estimate on times. Again, moving at about 20 to 30 miles an hour. We're talking about Red Bay 821, Mathiston 834, and some of this, yeah, I like that right there. Aberdeen 911. I saw some folks asking about Aberdeen. Starkville 930, Louisville 946, Columbus 1022, and then moving off there into Pickens County and further into Alabama beyond that point. So hopefully by the time we get done with our show at 10:30, a lot of this threat is over, but we'll continue to track it as long as we need to, and as long as that threat's still there. Hopefully this is diminishing as we head further into the night. So again, keep it here for the latest, and we'll continue to keep you guys updated. But hopefully we just keep hearing a few rumbles of thunder and a decent downpour, and that's really the extent of it, right? Okay, so I wanted to hop back on here because we need to break down basically what's happening across the region. So this line is now broken into two segments, and you have these storms that are along the Alabama state line. I mean, you see it right there, clear as day with all the severe thunderstorm warnings, and some of those being on the considerable side. This one moving out of Iuka right now, showing some damaging signs, and honestly, that storm getting more interesting for folks. It's going to be moving into northwest Alabama. You can see that inflow happening right along that leading edge, and whenever we get this S shape, that's definitely when it becomes a little bit more interesting. We can see it over the last couple of scans. Just watch how it comes in and then kind of juts out on the bottom. So wouldn't be surprised at all to see that try, and I say try sparingly, to spin something up, but that will be for our neighbors over there in Huntsville. That is not going to be anyone in our direct viewing area going to be affected. The one that I've been paying attention to, and that I told you guys I was watching behind the scenes, well, we were. And this one is getting to be a little bit more interesting. And again, it's far from being anything significant, but you have this S shape taking place, and this is going to be on the west side of Webster County, and that's going to be moving into Bellefontaine, Fame, Monte Vista, and then on into Clarkson. You have this S shape right here. Wind mode isn't that impressive, I will say, but whenever you get that S shape, it definitely starts to catch your eye just a bit more. Let's just watch the last couple of scans and see how this has interacted. And you definitely see that the bottom side is starting to jut out just a bit more than what it was before. So it's definitely something to pay attention to. Let me go ahead and just do a storm track on that, and that'll be I'm going to do it on the S shape, that interior part of the S as that moves in the, still moving directly east. I would say so. There towards Dancy. Let's extend this out. And there's a look at a few times for folks that are going to be impacted by this storm. Well, as I draw that, it's a new update. So there we go, and it's still showing that exact same thing. Make sure wind mode still, I mean, if there is anything, it is broad and just very high up. So not of immediate concern right now, but keeping an eye on this moving into the coming hours. Monte Vista 8:14, Fame 8:21, Manti 8:46, Woodland 8:49, Sparta 9 o'clock, Montpelier 9:04, and Beasley closer to about 9:07. Again, that is the primary area that we are watching for the potential for a brief spin up to occur. But back behind that line, if we take a look at a Jackson's radar site, what we're getting is just a few strong thunderstorms, strong wind gusts. And that's why, as we're talking about it, they just issued another warning moving into the southern portion of our viewing area. It's going to be Attala and Winston County, and even portions of Choctaw and Tipahaw County in there as well. That's until 9:15. The thing that I will say about this line of storms is that it is moving a few miles an hour quicker than what we were expecting when it was coming in. So I want to do a look at this line again to make sure that we have the right speeds on this. So give me 1 second to figure this out. But if it's moving quicker, then that's a good thing, and that means we can go to bed early, right, guys? So, okay, yeah, very much so. We're talking about 35 to 40 miles an hour. I'm going to go ahead and go 40, which means that we need to do an updated track on that notch for sure. Because we were tracking it out at 20 miles an hour like it was earlier. But yeah, so let me get back in this area right here, the primary focal point, and go ahead and track this out. So Matt is not here because Matt does need some time off. He actually does not work on weekends. His days off. And so man needs a bit of a break. And so that's where there's the rest of us on staff that can track these out for you guys. So still in good hands. But track this out here real quick. And we are talking about Bellefontaine, Monte Vista, and then on into Fame and Clarkson. So just looking at a few of those times right there. And this is going to be, it's a good position for it. I almost want to go one of the other tracks just because that'll cover more of the area and give more people a heads up. So let's go ahead and do that as we track this entire, we're going to do the southern half of this S shape. As that moves east, there's a look at a few locations that'll be impacted. We're talking about Bellefontaine 759, so we're over the top of you guys right now. Fame 810, Clarkson 812, Cumberland 818, and Dancy closer to about 822. So give you an idea of what to expect. Basically, this S shape is what we look for within these lines where Whenever they start to do an S shape, it starts to get a bit more concerning. That stuff is trying to wrap around and spin up whenever we talk about that rear flank downdraft or the reflectivity on the bottom side of these storms. Still, latest scans showing that it is trying. It is trying to wrap around, and we're watching this primary notch going to be, where would that be? North of Highway 404 along Highway 9, currently just north of Bellefontaine as that continues to move eastward. Monte Vista, and I'm probably saying this incorrectly, but Hohenlinden, is that right? Correct me if I'm wrong, because some of these towns I just still learning, should I say. So broad rotation along Highway 9 still being detected. What I'm curious, let me go ahead and track this out real quick. So there's your boundary. Let me see how that boundary. So the boundary is not feeding into this at all. So that's a good sign for us, meaning that that tornado threat is very much diminished. Where that boundary is going into, though, and let's just track the latest right here. You'll kind of see it. Give me 1 second. So you're kind of getting it feeding just north of French Camp. So I'm curious if that has any interaction with our storms to the south, if that tries to do anything. But, I mean, that's going to be a far-fetched result. I'm definitely keeping my eyes primarily on the Webster County storm as that continues to move east. So yeah, that's really the primary areas we're tracking right now, but lots of action across the region, as you can clearly tell. I do want to say localized flash flooding also a concern across the region. Whenever we look at rain totals just for today, and I'm just using today because I looked at some totals out west for the past 3 days, and we're talking about close to 8 inches in some parts. So for today, where we've gotten the heaviest rainfall, some areas coming in about 4 inches of rainfall. We're talking about Calhoun County, even up here in northern Lee County. And that's closer to about 2 inches. Up there in Yallowbush, about 4 inches. So some areas more than others, but basically telling you that flash flooding is also a concern with this. And already a saturated ground, it's not going to take much to get this to really, really spin up, not spin up, what am I saying? Really cause some flash flooding and also cause some stuff to possibly get uprooted or power poles knocked over. Speaking of, I do want to say that we've gotten several power outages from what I've been looking at behind the scenes. Looking at that right now, I'm just going to refresh it here real quick. Yeah, Tishomingo County, I can just move it over here real quick and show you guys specifically. But there's definitely a lot of power outages across the region. So power crews I know are working hard to get that restored. But just walking through a couple of these, Yallowbush 637, Grenada 1300, Montgomery 352, Monroe 422, Tishomingo County coming in with about 2400. So this is definitely a strong storm system, whether it's tornadic or not, and going to impact a lot of people. So hopefully that just continues to dissipate as it moves further south and east, but so far not seeing that. A lot of those storms still picking up steam and still producing severe thunderstorms out in Pickens County and Lowndes County. Looking at these isolated storms, I will say there is broad rotation among it, but like the rotation that's happening here. You see the rotation, I'm going to line it up, happening on the backside of the storm. So remember County Road 37? Well, that's on the backside of the storm. So you're not going to see rotation occur right there. You'd want it, well, you don't want rotation at all, but if it were to form, then it would need to be on the east side of the storm, probably south of Reform where that notch is. So fortunately, because we're not seeing that primarily there, we're not the strongest returns, then I'm not overly concerned with this, but definitely keeping an eye on that as it moves east into Reform in Gordo. We can do a storm track on that just to make sure we're on the safe side, and I'm going to do it on the part that I see as the area of most concern, and that's going to be impacting Lathrop 807, Bell 810, Gordo 815, Pullman 823, and ECLA by about 825. So again, moving east, still a ways to go before anything gets too organized on that, but keeping an eye on it. That being said, I just looked away for 1 second and coming back to Columbus, and you can see that there is an outflow. Clear and defined right there, an outflow boundary. So what this is going to do, and let me go ahead and just go over the last couple of scans. It's feeding right into the heart of that storm. So I'm curious if that picks up on that strong thunderstorm, if that boundary circles in there, then you will get to see some of that RFD and then get into more of a brief spin up possible. Right now, if we look at that rotation area, or the area of rotation, I'm not seeing anything overly concerning because you'd expect it to be right here along Highway 69, just south of Highway 82. And right now I'm just getting some strong returns for wind gust, but nothing in regards to rotation. So still some strong winds expected, but that's the extent of what we're seeing right now. Continue to monitor this behind the scenes, but that's really the primary threats. And as of right now, I'm not overly impressed to where I think that we need to keep this going for right now. I'll leave it up for you guys to just monitor radar, but I'm going to continue working on some stuff behind the scenes. And yeah, whenever things get more interesting, and of course we are watching. As soon as anything catches our attention, we will definitely get up here and walk you guys through it. But yeah, just continue to stay weather aware, continue to stay safe, and we'll hopefully just get through this here in the next couple of hours. Okay, so I want to talk to you guys real quick about, of course, the very latest. Very latest is a lot of the warnings have now been canceled out, and primary threats continue to be the north end of the line, talking about northwest Alabama, and also the south end of the south end of the line, talking about folks in Atala, Choctaw, and Clay County. This moving in that southeast, east southeast direction, and a lot of that, I'm not seeing anything overly concerning in regards to a tornadic threat, but definitely gusty winds. I mean, I say that. I'm not seeing any interaction of inflow outflow, but that definitely looks interesting uh, for anything that's trying to wrap around us, folks in Maven. Definitely paying attention to that one. So we can do a storm track on that little notch right there. Let's continue to move. Let me make sure this path is right. It's that same area that we've been watching that just has that little notch. And you can see some areas included in that. Main one being Starkville 844. So audio is on. Okay. And so as this continues to progress on through, is it tornadic? As of right now, no. But does it have potential? For sure. And that's where we need to keep note of it through the rest of our evening. I do want to say earlier, and we're just going to do some analysis here real quick. So bear with me while I adjust some things. But I'm going to move this back to about 2 hours ago. And the reason why is because I guess it was only an hour ago, a little over an hour ago. I got a report submitted coming out of Grenada, and it was just south of Grenada Lake in the Deerfield area. And I know there's some folks that are in the stream right now that are from Grenada. Um, I'm trying to get access to the video right now to see what damage exactly occurred. But I will say there is some interaction between winds right here that goes right over Highway 8. And what you're looking for is this general region right here. And that's where we have that possibility. He said that some folks were reporting a tornado. I've yet to see any video confirming that. But right here, you can definitely see a strong couplet that went right over that area. And that lines up with reflectivity as well. So is it a confirmed tornado? No, but if we have pictures of damage from that area that you guys have, please send those in because we will get that sent over to the National Weather Service to do storm surveys if need be, if that damage is there. So that was just my request to you guys. If you guys have anything and are from that area or know of anyone from that area, tell them to send in their pictures and we'll get all those reports over um, to the National Weather Service. And hopefully that everyone is okay that's going through that. Still watching a few strong thunderstorms that are continuing to cycle through out there towards the Golden Triangle, even as far south as Winston and Atala County. This is that line of storms that we've been tracking all throughout our afternoon and evening, just finally progressing on through. And this is basically just going to be strong wind gusts and some large hail, again, with little notches that look interesting. But I say look interesting sparingly because there's just not that wind interaction. We're not seeing that inflow, outflow, that RFD that forms. Anything that's giving us a clear-cut signal that, hey, it's about to produce. We're talking about this one out in Columbus that had that little bit of inflow, but overall, I'm not seeing anything that we need to be keeping an eye out for. Let's see. Okay, so yeah, so we're that's one of the threats we're watching, but overall, it's not going to be anything too concerning. There's really not any interaction of winds out to that point. Over in Pickens County, there is still some interaction with some potential. Hang on. Oh, sorry, that was down south. There is still some interaction between rotation, but overall, I'm not seeing anything that's imminent at this moment. Some strong wind gusts coming out of New Hope, moving into Ethelsville and Millport there in western sections of Alabama. Horrible place for that to happen because you guys just went through a wind event a couple of weeks ago. So uh, hopefully that is the case. And I see some folks saying, "Hey, where's the go to sleep?" Which go to sleep at 8:20? That's a dream, right? So let me go ahead and draw that out for you guys of areas that can go to sleep. So bear with me 1 second. Okay. There's your look right now. There's your line. So everywhere that's not behind that line, talking about northwest sections, do still need to be weather aware. But if you're in Oxford, if you're in Tupelo, Boonville, Corinth, Iuka, if I could be particular, I would say Tishomingo, you are in the clear. Grenada down to Calhoun City, you guys are all good to go to sleep. Powers out in New Hope. Yeah, unfortunately, that's no surprise there with the strong storms rolling on through. Actually, past my bedtime. Understandable. But yeah, that's the latest look at it. I'm going to leave this up and come in here and adjust it as need be. But fortunately, I think this threat um, has been good so far. I'm not going to say anything about it because I want to clear our area before I do. So I'm going to step away again, but I just wanted to come give you guys a little update on that. But keep it here for the latest. Okay, so we are getting reports of trees down in Grenada County, as well as I got another report up around Blue Springs with some trees down. So again, if you have any reports that you want to submit, please let us know and send them into weather@wtva.com so we can go ahead and forward those over to the National Weather Service. But reassessing what we have across the area so far, and honestly through the entire afternoon and evening, not anything overly concerning. A lot of this is continuing to just be rumbles of thunder, some strong wind gust, and for some areas, lots and lots of lightning. But overall, I mean, this one is the tightest rotation I would say that we have had. And I don't have anything from National Weather Service there in Birmingham that's of note. Canceling the severe thunderstorm warning in Lamar County. So they have shaved that off and moved it primarily down here. I will say it's definitely getting tighter. We'll keep an eye on that. And that is moving towards Gordo. If it's still moving in that east, yeah, and we're heading right for Gordo. And the high lightning uptick, I would not be surprised if they tried to warn this one, as it is getting a bit more organized. We're talking about Bell 840, Gordo 844, Ekla 854, and Shirley 858. This is going to be moving into your neck of the woods. And honestly, I know some folks were impacted by a strong tornado earlier this year, so I'm hoping that that dissipates a bit more before we get anything too significant. But definitely keeping an eye on that one moving into parts of Gordo, especially with that lightning uptick. It's definitely one to pay attention to. I'm just going to look around real quick to make sure that we don't need to track anything else, but I will say we definitely need to keep eyes on this storm over towards just south of Reform Stancil, right over the top of you, and moving into Gordo. This is going to be a tight area of rotation. We're talking about right over Stancil. You have that inflow, and that's what's allowing some of this rotation to take place. Yeah, I'm curious if they're going to do anything on this. I'm not saying anything in regards to debris, so I think we are okay. This is going to be valid until 9 p.m. this evening. So this is going to be a strong thunderstorm rolling through the area with strong wind gusts as well as large hail. But that's something to keep an eye on. We're talking about right here, and I know some folks out there that do watch. I know it is a ways away, but they do watch and they do rely on us. I would say go ahead and get to that safe place, get to where you need to be, because that rotation is right where you'd expect it to be. You get that inflow happening, you get that tight couplet of rotation. The only fortunate thing right now is that debris tracker not showing anything, but we know that debris shows up after the fact, so hopefully that does not try and produce something here in the next few moments, not a brief tornado or anything like that. A lot of folks asking if they are clear. I will do all clear here in a moment. As a large portion of us are in the clear, but Alabama, our folks over there in Alabama definitely need to be paying attention to the weather here for the next few moments, because we do have a couple areas of rotation that we need to keep an eye on. This one primarily east or west of Gordo, moving right into Gordo. I'm hoping this is following a very similar path to what that strong tornado followed back a couple months ago. So that's going to be moving east, and I'm going to make sure this time is right on this. So give me 1 second to adjust this. So right there. Right there. Well, we're going to have to do some real good math. So we're talking about 30. I'm going to go 35 miles an hour on this. And then we'll take a look at power outages over there in Alabama, because I do want to see if this is producing. We'll definitely see some more outages happening. But yeah, I mean, we're talking just east of Stancil. We're Fortunately headed right towards the city of Gordo. Gordo coming in about 8:50, so here in about 10 minutes or so, moving at about 30 miles an hour. And I'm going to do a cone encompassing a few significant landmarks over there, but I do know that there are several folks that live around here that were impacted by that strong tornado, still recovering up to this point. So hopefully they are where they need to be. Holly Springs Church, 840. This is going to be Holly Springs over in Alabama. Brown Chapel, 842. Gordo Church of God, 847. Gordo High School, 848. Then 849 Gordo Elementary. Pleasant Grove Church also coming in about 852. So this is going to be right now just a strong thunderstorm, but definitely trying to produce a brief spin up. Yeah, the cells merging. Expect it to be right there. And we're getting a few specks, but I'm not seeing anything that's clear cut a debris signature. Still keep an eye on that though. That's the thing. Sometimes warnings come out too late. So if this does try to produce a warning, can't always be what we rely on. And that's why we need to stay weather aware. And if something even looks somewhat organized, go ahead and get steps away from that safe place just to be on the safe side. So hopefully folks in Gordo are doing that. And if you know of anyone in Gordo or east side of Pickens County, go ahead and let them know to get to their safe place just in case, as there is a rotating thunderstorm moving closer towards them. We do have that inflow notch right along Highway 86 moving into the east side of Stansel. So this is trying to produce. Let's see, it's going to be inching closer to Highway 82, and I know I used to travel along 82 back and forth from Birmingham over to Starkville for school, and I drove past this area several days, and it's a good community over there in Gordo. Might not be many stoplights, but it's great people over there. So hopefully they're where they need to be. And hopefully pretty rough in Hamilton, Alabama. Again, we'll go through all clears here in a second. Off the top of my head, Pontotoc, you are okay. Aberdeen, I believe was in the clear as well. We'll jump back to this in 1 second. Let me just let you guys know. Aberdeen, you are okay. It's really this leading edge that we're watching. So Oktibbeha, Lowndes, Winston. We'll keep Atala on there for now. Knoxville County going to be included in that. And then, of course, our friends and neighbors out there in Alabama getting quite a doozy of these thunderstorms. Especially with some gusty winds. Man, some of these coming in at about 55, 60 miles an hour. Of course, is that making it to the ground based off power outages? I would say for sure. But yeah, hopefully weakening a little bit before it gets to the ground. So still looking at that, it still has rotation. So yeah, Monroe, you are good. Still has inflow, still has a lot of lightning. I'm going to go look at power outages because it doesn't look like they're even discussing this cell. So for the folks out in Pickens County, I do want to keep eyes on this for you. Pickens County has about 347 people without power. Let me go specifically on Alabama Power's website. Okay, so they're coming in with about 241 people on the west side of Reform. So this is where that storm moved through earlier. Tupelo is in the clear. This is where that storm moved through earlier, and I'm not going to say was a confirmed tornado or anything like that, but it definitely tried to. But that was primarily going to be the winds up north moving across the area with, I mean, this is a decent thunderstorm the entire way through. So those strong wind gusts definitely knocking out power in some areas. It's this cell merge that we're watching right now for the possibility of a tornado being formed. Still having some broad rotation with this as it moves on the east side of Pickens County. I would say it was stronger earlier on, especially as you entered right there. What was that? 8:35, about 10 minutes ago. Hang on. It doesn't line up with reflectivity. So I'm hoping that means it did not produce, but it looks like that inflow is what that speck was, or that dot on our debris signature. So I mean, that right there, it looks like it might have been the inflow. I'm hoping that wasn't a tornado. Based off what I'm seeing right there, since there's nothing on reflectivity, it looks like that is just that inflow channel right over the area of Stancil. So as of right now, I'm still not going to say a confirmed tornado, but did this confirm that it tried? Oh, yeah. And it's still trying as of this point. So we are keeping eyes on this. Oh, give me 1 second. Got to get on the right product. Still trying as of right now, moving just around that Bell area. It looks like that rotation is shifting a bit more to the north, fortunately, getting clear of Gordo. Unfortunately, it is going to be impacting folks still around Bell and going to be north of the town of Gordo. So Fulton, you're on the clear. Lights out in Louisville. Let me see. We get an update on the Mississippi power outages. So Louisville, it's not been updated just yet, but definitely expect that to be picking up here shortly. Choctaw coming in with about 382, Atala County 655, Webster 82, Clay 133, Lowndes County and New Hope. I think they got you guys again, 1,951 outages. So unfortunately, lots of power outages being reported. Tishomingo still coming in with about 3,700 outages. So lots of outages reported across there. Yalobusha 1,100, Grenada 1,300, Montgomery 300, and even more out there towards our west along the Mississippi Delta. So these storms packed a punch for sure. So we definitely needed to be weather aware through the afternoon and evening. So hopefully nothing more is produced. We've gotten our fair share of damage, and we're ready for this to be wrapping up. I'm sure everyone can agree with that. So let's do an all clear, because I know some folks are asking and still paying attention. I'm glad you guys are still here, but I hope that you can enjoy at least a little bit of your Sunday, because this stream has been going for a while now. So let me draw this out, just making sure I encompass everybody. So it's going to be very focused line. There you go. There's an updated look at our go to sleep list. So for folks that are asking, I know a lot of people were asking in Monroe County. Yes, you are good to go to sleep. Down, I will say that thunder's still happening up here at the station, so you are going to continue to see, or should I say, hear some rumbles of thunder. Might see some lightning, but don't be alarmed by that. That's just the thunderstorms rolling on through, but nothing severe. So Calhoun City, you can go to sleep, Mary. You are good to go. Power's out in Cherokee, Alabama. I'm sure there will be a lot of power outages coming here in the next few minutes, especially down around Winston, Oxby, even Oktibbeha and Lowndes County. So I'm going to meet with her real quick, and I'm going to talk to Jake here real quick, because he's been talking to our EMA directors. Oh, sorry. I'm going to adjust this because I know a lot of folks are still wondering if it's okay to go to sleep. We've been knocking out some stuff behind the scenes, just getting ready for the show coming up here in about 30 minutes. So, any updates you guys want, I'll be able to answer all of those questions there. So, I'm just going to draw this out for folks that are wondering if it's okay to go to sleep. I'm going to draw this out. Yeah, hang on. There is your new go to sleep. I'll let you guys look at that for 1 second. Bear with me one moment. But yeah, across the region, what we're seeing is just still some strong wind gusts overall. I'm not seeing anything overly concerning as of right now for anything tornadic. And uh, yeah, over in Pickens County and Tuscaloosa County, still picking up with. Yes, sorry, I was just reading the comments. Yeah, so someone hit it on the nail, or hit the nail on the head, should I say? That's the phrase. We've not been on here for the last 4 hours, going over every step-by-step analysis on these storms because it's been a pretty general idea. Strong wind gusts, heavy rainfall, timed it out, tracked when it was going to be here, and let you guys know that fact. If it was a tornado warning or 80, 70 plus mile an hour winds with these storms, then we would be on here tracking it. We just want to save our voices. Especially for the shows and everything, and then of course walk you through step by step whenever 5 o'clock show and 10 o'clock show happens. But stepping in from time to time to let you guys know that it is okay to go to sleep, and that there are, I would say, what is that, 90% of our area in the clear. So yeah, so that's the good thing about it is a lot of our area is now clearing up, but that area that is still under the primary concern, we're talking about Pickens County and the majority of Noxubee County and Lowndes County, still just, or should I say the southeast corner of Lowndes County, need to still be on alert just in case these storms start to get a little bit funky and try to produce something. But overall, we're far from that at this point, and if it were to produce anything, it's more than likely going to be outside of our area. I say that. Let's go ahead and just dive into folks down south and take a look at what we're seeing. The one that I was kind of paying attention to was this one up around Pickensville and Memphis, just outside of Prairie Point. What this was doing was it was having a cell merger out by Prairie Point, and you can see that right here. And whenever it merges, it's always just is an interesting interaction that might try to spin something up, but in this atmosphere, it's just not expected to happen. I say that looking over here, there does to see that there is a more defined couplet, but you think, well, there's a couplet right there. It was actually right here that we're looking for with that interaction in that strongest reflectivity. So definitely, definitely paying attention to Pickens County and for both these possible areas of rotation, at least trying to rotate. But outside of that, everyone else is good to go to sleep. There is another severe weather threat heading into our Memorial Day, unfortunately, and of course breaking down that entire threat tonight at 10. I'm going to leave this up, just cycling through, and yeah, fortunately, I think that we're almost wrapping up this event. So thank you guys very much, and of course keep it here for the latest. We'll keep it up for you guys. Okay, so we are going to keep this going into the show until we wrap up main weather, just because keep you guys in the know and let you keep watching radar for an idea. But yeah, this is a look at what we're seeing on radar right now. Basically, if you don't live in Pickens County, then you're in the clear. You're good to go to sleep tonight. I had some folks asking me. There will be a few rumbles of thunder, but overall, I'm not expecting anything severe for folks outside of Pickens County, Alabama. So that is a good sign, and hopefully continues to be the case as we head further um, into our Sunday night. And I know it is Memorial Day, so folks have stayed up. I'm sure you wanted to stay up for other reasons, but unfortunately, I had to stay up for the weather. But luckily, it's not but till 10 o'clock. So overall, not too shabby. I say that. Not too shabby time wise. Folks are still picking up the debris that these storms left behind, and our thoughts and prayers are with them. If you have any reports that you want to submit, go ahead and send those in, and we can send them to the National Weather Service. But yeah, we're definitely thinking about those affected, and hopefully those will be picked up quickly and back on track. So power outages across the region. I know that we're seeing several thousand actually. So lots of people going to be affected heading into the overnight. But I know Power Crew's already out there. I heard 4 County was already out working. So all of those issues should diminish here shortly. Hopefully, by the time we get towards Memorial Day. Just feel bad for those workers that are now having to work on Memorial Day. I'm sure they were looking for some time off. So I know the weather's just an inconvenience to everybody at this point. So looking at the latest, I mean, we are still tracking the storms, but there's not really anything to look at specifically. So definitely some strong winds down around Pickens County, just south of Reform, but overall, we're trending in the right direction. This one, Luke? Oh. The one tomorrow that gonna these things gonna be hard. Yeah, I mean we're definitely going to see a risk tomorrow. Northeast Mississippi, I'd be surprised if it reached as far north and east as like Tishomingo, Alcorn, or Prentiss County. That primary threat I would say is along and south of Highway 82, but definitely keeping an eye on folks tomorrow entering into our Memorial Day. No meteorologist Chelsea Simmons working tomorrow morning, going to be tracking the latest on model runs. So hopefully that's not anything too significant and continues to show what we've seen over the weekend. But yeah, we'll talk more about that here in a couple of minutes in the show. But fortunately, it seems like we're trending near the end. And maybe by 10 o'clock, maybe right on the hour, this all moves out of our hair. Yeah, Cameron, grab some food. No reason you need to be hungry. Katie, just have 3 minutes. And you got power outages, right?
They're playing Jurassic World.
The preview for it?
Huh?
The preview for it?
They play Tony.
They play what?
NBC, they play the entire Jurassic World movie with Bryce Dallas Howard and, 55.
Huh.
Never seen it?
Yeah, I love that movie.
The entire thing, though it is a really good movie, the entire thing is an ad for Mercedes. They were sponsored by Mercedes, obviously. Everywhere they drive in that movie, it is a beautiful shot of a Mercedes.
I didn't even know it was a Mercedes that was being driven. It's a bad ad.
You know what car brands?
Yeah, I do. I just don't look at them in movies.
I like it when a character drives.
You like it what?
I like it when a character drives like not cool. Well, I was so excited when my wife got her car. It's the same one that had the Jurassic World.
What car is it?
The GLA Mercedes or something.
Dang. You guys are rich, rich.
You better look cute.
Turn up your ISP. This might fully clear the area by 10 o'clock. This will be like right on time.
It's
This,
leaving now.
huh?
It's leaving now.
It's literally on the far east side of Pickens County. This is it for the night, Teresa. So fortunately, I think we can wrap it up unless you live in far eastern Pickens County. We're AWOT, right? Yeah.
We're still watching out for some severe storms rolling through parts of our viewing area. WTVA meteorologist Kate Maynard has been monitoring these storms all day. What's it looking like outside right now?
Well, definitely trending in the right direction. A lot of those showers and thunderstorms now transitioning out towards southern Mississippi and Alabama. Currently, our severe thunderstorm watch is only including sections of western Alabama. We're talking about Pickens County, Lamar County, and even towards Franklin County. This is going to be happening until about 11 p.m. tonight. So expect those to be cleared off. Honestly, I would expect them to be cleared off here in the next 30 minutes or so, because as you can see, a lot of that severe weather threat has now pushed out east and is only affecting one Alabama county down around Pickens County. Zooming in on that and seeing what is happening, primarily it has been those strong gusty winds, heavy rainfall, and it has tried, I'll give it credit, at times to spin something up, but I think we've stayed away from that so far. Still, I mean, you can see some broad rotation out along the leading edge, but overall, we are far from producing anything tornadic, and that's been the fortunate thing that we can say with this forecast is I haven't had anything confirming a tornado, but that doesn't mean that damage has not happened. Looking at reports across the region, let's just expand things out and get an idea of what's taken place. I mean, guys, it was an active afternoon and evening across the region, whether it was tornadic or not. Several trees down, and a few trees over in Grenada County, also a tree down in Louisville County. Those actually falling on homes. I've gotten reports that those individuals that were in the homes are all okay. But outside of that, you see several trees down just blocking the roadways, several large hailstones. We had about an inch to an inch and a half hailstone falling over in Mantachie. So an active afternoon, no matter where you're at, as that entire line of storms push south, and you can see the damage left behind it. So folks continue to pick up the pieces. Power outages hoping to be restored here in the hopefully next couple of hours, but honestly probably going to last into your Memorial Day. So overnight, we are still seeing those showers stick around, mostly going to be moderate showers. I think we'll stay void of a lot of that thunderstorm activity. Doesn't mean a few rumbles can't happen, but severe potential, that's what I'm talking about. Not going to be a threat overnight. That doesn't mean the severe weather potential is over. We are tracking more chances heading into Monday, Jake. So unfortunately, our Memorial Day, we got to be paying attention to the weather yet again.
Thanks, Dave. We'll check back in soon. And thousands are without power right now across North Mississippi. You see over in Tishomingo, 3,746 people are without power. Go over the Lowndes, we have over 2,000 people without power over in that area. Over in Yalobusha, over 1,187 people without power. We'll go to Grenada County, 1,360 remain without power. There's a lot of power outages, thousands without power tonight as these storms are wrapping up. And like Dave said, hopefully it won't last long. Power crews can get out there and restore. And remember, the best tool to keep you safe during life-threatening severe weather is WTVA's Weather Call Next Gen. Weather Call Next Gen would shoot you a text if your home is in the path of a severe thunderstorm and then call you if that threat increases or struck with hail or damaging winds. They'll even call you back to let you know that a tornado has been confirmed to be headed towards your location. Storm track, Doppler radar, live lightning, and a complete readout of the storm's potential sent automatically to your smartphone. Weather Call Next Gen is everything you need to weather the storm for just $1 a month. Scan the QR code on the screen for more information to keep your family safe. And there is an urgent notice for some residents over in Grenada County. According to the Grenada County EMA Director Chris Whitehurst, an evacuation is underway after a tree landed on a propane tank on 28961 Highway 8 East due to the gas leak. The gas company is evacuating residents within a 1 mile region of this location. According to Fire Marshal, the evacuation will be lifted when the tank empties completely. Till then, crews will remain on site to monitor the situation. And new at 10, a weekend crash in Chickasaw County killed a young woman. The Mississippi Highway Patrol identified the victim as 25-year-old Renee Babbitt of Tupelo. The crash happened on Saturday, shortly after midnight on Highway 245. That is where a pickup truck and a car collided. Babbitt was a passenger at the time of the crash and was transported to a local hospital. She was later pronounced dead. The crash included 3 other people who were also taken to the hospital with moderate injuries. The victims in a double homicide out of Shannon have now been identified. According to the Lee County Coroner's Office, the victims of that double homicide that occurred near County Road 295 in Shannon are 43-year-old Frank West and 39-year-old Camry Dean. Both were living in or around the Shannon area. The 2 died by gunshot wounds. Right now, both bodies are being sent to Pearl for an autopsy at the State Medical Examiner's Office. And an arrest is already being made. As we reported yesterday, Shannon resident Jonathan Kelly is behind bars now after a formal investigation was launched into the murders. Kelly is currently being held at the Lee County Jail with a bond of $10 million after being formally charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder. This after Lee County 911 received a report that led deputies to a residence that we set on County Road 295, the Shannon area. It's during that search that deputies discovered the bodies, and soon after, the resident of the property that we now know as Jonathan Kelly was taken into custody. The investigation remains active and ongoing. Stay with WTVA for the very latest. It's a heartbreaking story coming out of Corinth. The Corinth School District announces the passing of one of their own students. This after a late Friday afternoon crash at Jigway Lake. It happened in the area of Goat Island and Yellow Creek when two jet skis collided. Two people on each of the jet skis, one of those being 14-year-old Jackson Marlar. Marlar was taken to a Hardin County, Tennessee hospital, where he later died from his injuries. Investigation is ongoing into the collision, where interviews are being conducted. The Corinth School District released a statement on Facebook saying, quote, "It's in great sadness that we share the passing of one of our students, Jackson Marlar. We are heartbroken by this loss, and we grieve with his family and friends." They also added that counselors will be available at Corinth Middle School on Tuesday morning. Our thoughts and prayers are with his family and friends. And after a week of turmoil, besides Trump's big, beautiful bill has passed the House, and the next coming days it will go before an even harder challenge, the Senate. Stories ahead on WTJ 9 News at 10. You know what? I hate it when the prompter cuts off a word and puts it in the sentence after. Because I said presides, but it's president, but it says PRSIDE and then NT. And so I thought presides.
Okay, so you said, can Amory go to sleep? Everyone can go to sleep. It is going to hear a few rumbles of thunder overnight. It is. We are going to hear a few rumbles overnight, but nothing severe needs to be noted. We're all good to go to sleep. Over in Pickens County, that threat is clearing out, and fortunately for us, we are going to see that diminish. And then honestly, just be rumbles of thunder and heavy rainfall. Some localized areas of flash flooding, also a concern for our morning commute tomorrow. But honestly, it's Memorial Day, so hopefully a lot of us aren't commuting anywhere. But unfortunately, with those plans, we are going to be monitoring weather once again with more chances of severe weather. So that's what we'll talk about here in a couple of minutes. But after I do my full weather, then I'll probably shut down stream and let you guys get some rest, because I know having it up, you just want to tune in, right? So make everyone go to sleep.
President Trump's mega bill passed the House last week along party lines. But the bill is now headed to the Senate, where Majority Leader John Thune has indicated senators' plans to make changes before sending it back to the House. Selena Wang for details.
The severe weather threat is ending, but it's so just beginning for our Memorial Day. We'll take a look at what threats to expect, how long it'll be here, if this is our last threat going forward, all of that being answered. Right. Yeah, so rain all week long. Some isolated in nature, others scattered, others widespread. So it kind of depends on the day, but keep that rain gear handy all week long, and we'll talk more about those chances coming up here in just a bit. So bear with me while we get this forecast good to go.
Already did it. Back, everybody. Gabe Maynard joining us here at the desk tonight. And Gabe, it's been quite the day.
It's been quite a week. And it's going to continue to be the weekend. So, you know, it's Memorial Day weekend. Folks looking to get out on the water, just enjoy the holiday weekend.
It's always on the holidays, too. It's always.
Always on the weekends, honestly.
I know, it has been. But luckily, I'm here likely, so, but I feel bad for everybody else that wants to go out, do so.
Exactly. So if you're looking to head out, here's a look at where things stand right now. The good thing is our severe weather threat for today is wrapping up. That severe thunderstorm watch still in place for Pickens County, but honestly, this is about to expire as well, as a lot of those thunderstorms are now on the east side of the county, pushing into Tuscaloosa County, closer towards Alabama. But across the region, I mean, just take a look at how much rainfall we're receiving right now. This on the back end of what was a very active afternoon and evening. You're seeing the extent of that further off into Pickens County. We mentioned Tuscaloosa County still having those severe thunderstorm warnings. I do want to point out, if this will load in here real quick, just how much rainfall we've received just today. I mean, you look at northern Lowndes County coming in with about 5 inches of rain, up around Yallowbush and Calhoun County, 4 inches of rain. So flooding rainfall also going to be a concern heading into our overnight hours with more rainfall. Hear it on the roof coming down as we speak. So isolated flash flooding, that needs to be something we're aware of as we head out on our morning commute, especially with all of this rainfall still impacting the area. But where that severe weather threat lies is out towards our south and east. Again, with the severe thunderstorm warnings being issued along that leading edge of the line. As an impressive setup, and a lot of damage is being reported across the region. So thoughts and prayers are with those that are affected, but we are grateful to say that no lives are lost and no injuries took place on those trees that fell into some homes and on those power outages as well. So across the region, you see that stationary frontal boundary lingering around our area. That's what's providing our severe weather threat, not just for today, but also heading into our Memorial Day, then even beyond that point. Severe weather risk, we are still under that level 3 for tonight, but that's going to fizzle on out. Will probably be dropped to about a level 1 risk because that severe weather threat has now pushed off towards our east and south. So this level 3, I know it still says level 3, but that's going to become a much better view heading overnight. We do still see showers, and even a few of those could contain a rumble of thunder or two into the deep overnight hours, but even towards early hours of our Memorial Day, waking up to a few isolated showers across the region, just setting the scene for what's going to be, yes, another possible strong thunderstorm day. Walking through that forecast again overnight, those moderate showers sticking with us and will linger into early parts of our forecast for our Memorial Day. So taking a look at low temperatures, where those showers pop up, going to be mid to upper 60s expected. But as the day goes on, we do see those showers just continue to linger around the area. 10 a.m., that next round moves in with more moderate showers, continues to honestly pick up in strength. So a few of these getting on the heavier side when it comes to rainfall. That's around noontime. But as we get towards 3 o'clock, this is where we're watching that threshold for a few of these stronger thunderstorms to move in. We're talking Attala, Montgomery County before it pushes more into the Golden Triangle. That threat primarily going to be along and south of Highway 82, in my opinion, what I've seen on models, and honestly, what energy is still left. So high temperatures, of course, going to be warmer where that unstable layer is, but up north, where we've got several of those showers, we're going to be mid to upper 70s, a few of us reaching into the low 80s, but again, mid 80s further south you go. Let's take Storm Tracker into the rest of our evening, and that's where we see, again, that line of a strengthening line of showers and thunderstorms moving further into the Golden Triangle before pushing east there into Alabama. And then again, our threat diminishing as we head into our Memorial Day night. So Memorial Day afternoon, that's where we need to pay attention for the possibility of severe weather, that level 1 risk. But taking a look at each risk area, that wind damage and large hail risk being the primary factors. Luckily, that tornado risk not very high. We're not expecting that typically with this kind of movement. But flooding rainfall, that is something we're watching for. That level 2 risk is in place, especially when you look at rain totals coming in about 1 to 2 inches in certain areas over the next 2 days. But beyond that point, we're talking about a very rainy forecast. We're talking 3, 4, possibly even 5 inches in some parts as we head into, honestly, next weekend. You see those rain chances right there. Some days more isolated than others, but honestly, widespread showers and storms for the next several days. So keep that rain gear ready, but also be weather aware, not just for Memorial Day, but even beyond that, with more strong storms possible.
It was a historic day for the Rebel softball team. The Ole Miss softball team is headed to the Women's College World Series for the first time in school history. The Rebels and Razorbacks were in a back-and-forth battle over the weekend. Ole Miss took Game 1 Friday, 9-7. The Razorbacks will respond in Game 2, winning 4-0. But the Rebels would break the series tie this afternoon, winning Game 3, 7-4. First time in school history that the Rebel softball team has made it to the Women's College World Series. Big congrats to them. That'll do it for sports. And new at 10, one of the stars of the reality show, Duck Dynasty, is sadly passed away. The family of Phil Robertson says he died Sunday, months after it was announced that he was diagnosed with Alzheimer's disease. Robertson was 79 years old, and the reality show aired from 2012 to 2017, following Robertson's family and their duck hunting business in Louisiana. A tourist was held captive and tortured for several weeks inside of a Manhattan home before managing to escape Friday morning. A 28-year-old man visiting from Italy met his alleged kidnapper on May 6th. Law enforcement sources say that's when John Waltz took the younger man to a home that he was renting. Waltz took the man's passport, tortured him, and held him until the Italian man managed to escape more than 2 weeks later, the sources said. Upon his escape, the man ran into a traffic agent who called the police to the home. Sources said they turned up multiple Polaroid pictures of the victim being tied up and tortured. Law enforcement sources say Waltz is a big-name cryptocurrency trader from Kentucky. Waltz is facing multiple charges, including kidnapping, assault, and unlawful imprisonment. And right now at 10, the Justice Department has unsealed charges today against a U.S. citizen accused of plotting to throw Molotov cocktails at the U.S. Embassy in Israel. The man, Joseph Neumayer, was deported from Israel to the United States earlier today. The Department of Justice says Neumayer, who was a German citizen, spit on an embassy guard last week. He ran away, guards searched a backpack that he left behind and found 3 Molotov cocktails. Neumayer was later arrested at his hotel. Authorities say the suspect made threats on social media to burn down the embassy and assassinate President Donald Trump. No word on how he is pleading. An intergalactic battle takes place in the universe. Yeah, heard that right. And it was all caught on camera. Explain what it all means coming up. WTVA 9 to 10 continues.
Okay, so we are going to wrap up the stream right here. So what that means is that we're all good to go to sleep. I'm not seeing anything in regards to severe or tornadic potential. So we are good to go to sleep until tomorrow's severe weather threat moves in. But luckily, tomorrow's severe weather threat is still at a level 1. The likelihood is not as high as what we saw today. So hopefully that means just a few showers and thunderstorms. Not anything severe. But our meteorologist Chelsea Simmons will be up early breaking that down with you. So make sure to stay tuned. But thank you guys for joining, and I hope you have a great night.